Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the beneficial and productive post-mining land use. I acknowledge the Awabakal people, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Emily Saval and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our first witness, and thank you so much for making the time to give evidence and for hosting us here today at wonderful Lake Macquarie Council's chambers. Could you please start by stating your name, position, title, and swearing either the oath or the affirmation, please?
Thank you. My name's Morven Cameron. I'm the CEO here at Lake Macquarie City Council. And the affirmation is that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement?
I would, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today and welcome to Lake Macquarie. I believe that among all of the functional aspects of servicing a city, like maintaining roads and managing waste, it's the role of a local council to be part of telling the story of the area and to understand what's happening and where the challenges and opportunities are in a city or an area like ours, the social, environmental and economic challenges. Lake Macquarie is the largest city by population in the Hunter region with approximately 220,000 people living here. Our city generates an annual economic output of more than $30 billion. We are home to 2 operational underground mines and of course a Raring power station. Coal mining and coal-fired energy generation directly employ an estimated 1,800 people, contributing approximately 15% of the local economy. These industries have been stable supporters of high-income jobs and local supply chains in the city for more than 100 years. In 2013, mining, power generation and manufacturing made up 40% of the city's total output. Last year, those industries only made up 19%. That's a significant shift in a relatively short space of time. So the city's economy is quite literally changing in front of us. This is not unusual, and many cities and regions in the world have gone through similar economic shifts. What makes Lake Macquarie stories different, in something that I am very proud of, is that during that same period of economic diversification, our gross economic output as a city has grown by 67% or over 6% per year. This is unusual. It would be expected, it would be usual to see an economy hold or possibly even dip during significant transition away from traditional industries, and we so far have managed to avoid that dip. In that same period, we've created more than 22,000 new jobs in the city. Lake Macquarie is further through the process of mine closure and economic transition than many other communities in the Hunter region and in fact across the state. Our challenges are now, and we welcome the work of the inquiry, but we do feel a sense of urgency to start testing and trying solutions to ensure that some of the sites that we have in our city can be actively used and that the opportunity to reuse much of the critical infrastructure currently on those sites is not lost. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Ms. Abigail Boyd, who's online. I'm just wondering if I'll throw it to her first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cameron, for coming along today and giving us the benefit of your expertise. The former CEO, I think it was, submitted a submission to our previous inquiry in relation to the remediation of coal ash repositories. And in that submission was talking a lot about the opportunities for coal ash reuse at those coal-fired power station sites and creating new industries in coal ash, and we turned that into a recommendation at the end of the day. Can you tell me, has there been any discussion so far with the government in relation to standing up those new coal ash recycling and reuse industries?
Discussions with the government, not at a government, or certainly not at a political level. We work with the EPA regularly. We have stood up, we being Lake Macquarie Council and Dante, our economic development company, have stood up a circular economy living lab that is focusing, one of the products it's focusing on is coal ash. And at an officer level, we discuss regularly opportunities with government officers, but no, not at a sort of political advocacy level, if that's your question.
One of the recommendations we made in that inquiry was that there be basically a task force established that would include local councils, business, the New South Wales government, various agencies, with the intention of trying to get to this point of recycling 80% of that coal ash, particularly the new coal ash, and then moving to sort of dig up the older stuff and process it. To my knowledge, that recommendation was not taken up by the previous Liberal government, and I was hoping for some movement in relation to the Labor government on this. Is that something that you still think would be a worthwhile thing for us to pursue in terms of how we, I guess, transition away from the use of those coal-fired power station sites?
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know the tonnage, but we have as much coal ash in this city as probably anyone else on the eastern seaboard. And we absolutely believe that the sooner we can find it to be a resource to support a new economy as opposed to a byproduct of an older economy, still in existence, but older economy, that would have really significant economic benefits economic and environmental benefits for our city.
Thank you. We'll keep pushing for that to happen. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. I might have start with a couple of questions again now. In your submission, you mention about sort of outcomes-based conditions. What specific outcomes-based conditions of consent do you recommend for post-mining land, and how would they incentivise future investment?
I think incentivize is really the key, and if I think of the example, the sort of successful example, I guess, we knew right at the beginning of that process what the outcome was going to be in terms of jobs, use of the land, areas of the land that could be used and couldn't be used, which also meant the intricacies of the care for the land in perpetuity could actually be managed and controlled and checked throughout the process. And a huge learning out of that process was being able to answer all of those but what if type risk management questions, because we already knew what the outcome was going to be, undoubtedly was the thing that made that possible. So for us, the outcome really has to be about doing the strategic planning around the size of the site, what's possible, what's on the site, whether it's a number of houses, whether it's a number of square meters of environmental land, whether it's a number of square meters of employment generating land, whatever that may be, doing that very high level use. And I think really that needs to be almost on a site-by-site basis. Bearing in mind these sites are large, needs to be on a site-by-site basis. Is the only way that we see that we were able to achieve, collectively able to achieve the approvals for the site the Blackrock site that's been approved. And we think certainly in our city for the next round of sites, really being able to start with what do we want at the end of all of this is the only way that the approval process will give comfort to be able to manage the risk.
And how do you propose monitoring or enforcing those sort of outcomes-based conditions to ensure that they are actually met within that 5 to 10 year time frame?
I think that's a responsibility of both the state government and local government, depending on the point in the process. So again, I appreciate I'm referring back to the live real example that's, I won't say finished, but is underway. Council have some responsibilities in making sure that the ongoing monitoring of that site occurs by the landowner, regardless of who that landowner is. But that's really at the very end point. I think up until that point, the size and scale of the kind of properties we're talking about, some of that would be a state government agency responsibility, and some of it would be council's responsibility to be part of the discussion, but then also be part of the approval, potentially part of the approval process and the monitoring process.
In terms of incentivising higher order land uses, which is another one of your recommendations to the inquiry, what specific industries do you believe should be prioritised for development on former mine sites, and why?
I think there isn't a one size fits all. I think the successful site that we've got is a high end tourism. You can't have one of those on every mine site. It won't work. I think it has to be site by site, and I think we have to really look at the infrastructure and the geographic location of the sites. So Lake Macquarie has 62 square kilometres of former mining and former power generation land on the western side of the lake. It goes between the lake and the M1 predominantly. The main rail line runs in close proximity to that land. There are obvious uses for that land around logistics, manufacturing, probably some residential on some parts of the land. A lot of these sites are massive parcels that weren't all impacted by mining. But really, if you're considering those sites, they probably have very different uses to if you start considering sites in different parts of the state and parts of the region. And the reason that our sites are near already is because the mines are closed, but we also have population proximity and geographic and infrastructure proximity that some of the sites further up the valley, for example, simply don't have.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In terms of your submission, you also talked about leaseholders may lack incentives to deviate from established conditions of consent due to the associated risk. I'm keen to understand whether you have any thoughts around how we as a government or could possibly incentivise this or make it, more attractive or simple, because we have heard a lot about that in the inquiry. Yeah,
I think you'll hear from probably more specialised people than me who can give you the detail on that. But our experience very clearly, and we're obviously still doing a lessons learned exercise around the Black Rock Motor Park, but our experience very firmly was that the landowner, the mining company who was the landowner, were actually disincentivised to go through the process and relinquish the lease or the licence. And therefore it was very difficult for them to prioritise that. I understand that. They're a massive organisation, and a very small parcel of land in their land holdings didn't necessarily carry the importance that it carried for us as a city or for the proponent. But there was definitely no incentive, and possibly even a disincentive for them to focus on that and make it a priority to go as far as actually relinquishing the lease and being able to transact in the land. Anecdotally, we hear from other landowners in the city that the risk of doing anything, the risk of suggesting to do anything other than what their current mining requirements are just considered too great. So even the willingness to come to government and have a conversation, including us, and we are saying, please do something different, to come to government and have a conversation about what might be possible is perceived at a board level, at a boardroom level, is perceived just as too great a risk of the potential of, we know we quantified and we valued what we need to do at this point in time, and if we even suggest talking about doing something different, we currently can't quantify that risk, and as a prudent board member, that's a concern.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In terms of your consolidated recommendations, I have just one final question. Well, I have many questions, but for now, one final question around the recommendation to establish a mechanism to capture excess land value gains, which I found quite interesting. What such mechanism would you propose to capture this, and who is best placed to do that?
I think the state government is potentially best placed to do it. What we're referring to there is really the idea that particularly our land, with its geographic proximity to all of the major infrastructure, has the ability to become very valuable land. We know that from the inquiries that we get about looking for industrial land, looking for employment generating land on that western side of our city. And there's a lot of talk about value capture, and I'm not sure that anyone in Australia has really come to grips with it. I'm not sure anybody has really come to grips with it, but we think there's a real opportunity, particularly on some of the parcels in the northwest of our city that are immediately adjacent to current government-owned land, for the government to actually do some of that big strategic planning about what's possible, and then actually capture the uplift of both the mining land and the land owned by the government, in order to A, capture the value, and B, obviously put the learnings and put any value that's captured back into this. I sort of envisage a machine that can, I don't think it would ever be self-sustaining, but can certainly be self-energizing and self-financing to a degree if the government uses its own land holdings that are in such close proximity to the mining land holdings.
How could we ensure that value capture went back into the community and directly benefited the public that it came from? Because that's one of the concerns we've sort of heard through the inquiry about, the impact mining has on communities, and making sure that goes back to them.
Yeah, I think, it depends what goes on the site, but if on these sites we're able to have very high economic values, very high environmental values, and social values of both employment and housing and recreation, that's really a piece about communication and telling the story. Sounds very telling the story about this is what the community will get by that value capture. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll hand to my colleague, the Honourable Scott Farley.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Cameron, for hosting us here in Lake Macquarie, first of all. Now, in terms of your submission and some of the conversations we had out the other day, there's obviously some frustration when it comes to council and being able to actually unlock sites yourself, but then getting into other processes. And we heard the story of, the council processes. People thought perhaps in the planning system were hard enough, but then when you get to the relinquishment of the mine licence, that becomes even more difficult. Now, your submission, and to pick up from the point of the chair, when it comes to the incentives that are there for anyone to do something, an alternative use with the site. You've got the challenges of a local community that wants to see activation potentially on a site. You've got somebody else who's come to the party who doesn't own the site and doesn't have the rights or control. And then you've got the party that owns the site has an obligation to fulfil in terms of the remediation of the site. How do you see that sort of that three-way interest, so to speak, when it comes to a future use, a community interest, and of course the current holder of the site who has obligations? How do you see sort of a funnel, so to speak, that will work out those competing interests for each site? And you've got a few in your area.
Yeah. I don't want to sound flippant, but that's sort of what local government does every day. That could be just somebody demolishing a house and rebuilding a new house, and the community roundabout being nervous. It could be us demolishing an old community building and building a new one, or it could be us designing doing a land use plan for Well, in Lake Macquarie, they're often for entirely new suburbs. So again, predominantly on the western side of the lake, but not always. You know, there are subdivisions happening in our city all of the time. Some of them are, 2,000, 3,000 new residents moving into what was either a brownfield or a greenfield area. And that community consultation, long-term strategic planning, what's possible conversation, both with existing landowners, usually existing landowners who are motivated to do something different and something new. That's probably the differential in the scenario you just put to me. But local council all the time. I mean, our day job is to consult with our community and to work with our community to envisage and imagine what the city needs and can be, and then to deliver that. The biggest frustration we find, or we have found historically in Lake Macquarie, is that we do a lot of that sort of strategic planning, and our community tell us what they want and what matters to them, and then there's a lag or a delay while industry and the economy catches up. And often when you then go to do what the community had been involved in envisaging 5 or 6 years before, there's a kind of forgotten, but remember 5 or 6 years ago we had this conversation. Recognising that Lake Macquarie sort of keeps those conversations alive, even if the economic input isn't happening, if the development isn't occurring at the time. I think we're a lot better. As we learn, we're a lot better at keeping active the conversation about what the future city is going to look like. We're required every 4 years to tell our community what our 10-year vision for our community, to consult with our community and then to set a 10-year vision for our community. And it's a standalone project to do it with a site of the type that you're referring to, but it's what we do, and it's really what we do every day.
So to that point, there's been calls in this inquiry for a concierge service effectively to bring together all government agencies and to try to navigate through the approval pathways. Is that something that you think is redundant and that could be done by local government?
No, absolutely not. No, it's absolutely essential. There are so many, even now, and we heard at the site visit on Monday, there are still regulatory hurdles to jump over on the site. There is only so much that local council can do, and so much of the approval processes for complex sites like this are state agencies, and a concierge service, which local council can be both part of but also accountable to, I would have no problem with at all.
Now, you've also outlined the need for some of the funds and royalties for rejuvenation, in particular, as one of the programs you've highlighted. What's been the experience of Lake Macquarie Council and potentially the proponents of BlackRock as well, with being able to access funding through that grant program?
They haven't been able. We haven't, and they haven't been able to access grant funding. To my knowledge, the royalties for rejuvenation funds didn't ever give out any funds. They certainly didn't give out any in Lake Macquarie. The proponent of BlackRock will speak later. They were encouraged numerous times to put grants in, and were never at the point where they could make the commitment to deliver. They were job-related grants, and they weren't at the point to make the commitment to deliver the jobs within the time frame while the approval process was ongoing. And by the time the approval process was through and, they were on site, there are jobs there now, those grants no longer existed. And then in the royalties for rejuvenation process, I spoke at least once with the expert panel that was formed, but no funds were released, certainly. Oh, there might have been some funds released to the Department of Planning to do a high-level early study, but I'm not aware of any other funds being released.
Now, we've of course visited BlackRock and we've talked about that site quite a bit, but there are other sites you've got as well within the local government area. Do you want to run us through some of those and some of the options that you may see for those sites into the future? There
are many. Probably the most ready, if that's the right way to put it, and I say the most ready because the company is well advanced, and I feel this is my perception. I'm not speaking on behalf of the company, and it's very important that I say that. But the company are well advanced in their remediation, but their current licenses or conditions require them to remediate the site, which involves including, it's 1,100 hectares of site. Our early estimations, we think there's about 550 hectares that would be usable for another purpose other than environmental, which leaves almost half the site able to be environmentally remediated. The thing for us, and I guess the urgency for us around that site, is that it's between here and the M1. It has the main north-south rail line pass immediately adjacent to it. It has its own private rail loop. It has water. It has sewer. It has power, and it has the basis of phenomenally constructed. I have road envy. Phenomenally constructed roads, because they were built to cater for coal traffic, not suburban traffic. And our urgency is really that currently the coal company is required to remove all of that infrastructure to remediate the site. For us, we see both its geographic proximity and the fact that all of that infrastructure is there as something that we would feel very sad that that's lost to our city as an opportunity, whether it's for homes, whether it's for employment land. We believe it's most suited for employment land because of the geographic location and the proximity to the heavy rail line.
So with respect to that, I guess there is a community expectation that mining is a temporary land use, and then that effectively it gets rehabilitated to be, so to speak, that mining was never there. And there is a bit of a challenge when it comes to what might be other uses. Now, would it be fair to say that the contrary to that is that effectively you would have to find that land somewhere else within the local government area if it wasn't potentially made available for employment there or infrastructure or the like?
Yes, I think so. So we know in Lake Macquarie that we have enough housing lots either already approved or on the plan, strategically planned, to cater for our population growth, even at a high growth scenario out till about 2050. And most of that we're hoping will be infill. The majority of that we're hoping will be infill development. But what we also know is that we currently have a deficit in industrial land. But if you broaden the definition just from industrial land to employment generating land, within the next 8 years, we will have a deficit of employment generating land in our city. And our residents tell us always, every time we consult with them, that their top cares are they care for the environment, they love the city and the lifestyle and the natural environment in the city. They want jobs in the city. They don't want the sense of commuting far away. We're not super parochial about inside the city boundary, but they want local jobs. They want local houses. And they also care about getting the balance between the environment and future development right. And so for us, the idea that there's a site that is has all that infrastructure, has had a previous heavy industry land use on it, is remediated back is fully remediated back to natural area. I need to say at all times that we believe that probably close to half of it can be remediated back to natural area. But to have it fully remediated back to natural area when we know we've got a deficit of land for employment generating is not consistent with what our residents in our city tell us they want to see happen. And if that's fully remediated, we will continue to receive interest and expressions of interest and applications from our community for other parcels of land that are currently heavily treated or currently natural environment. We tend to defend those with our, very strongly. If these are areas of high environmental value, we do our best for that not to occur. We're pretty proud of our sort of environmental management reputation at Lake Macquarie, but it seems counterintuitive to have an area that's perfectly suited here that's being required currently to go back to natural area, and have this other pressure on our community about jobs and employment land pushing up against the organisation and the city at the same time.
And this is a growing community as well, isn't it? That you've, and I think actually in the car on the way out the other day, heard the recent regional report as well that Lake Macquarie, I think, is leading the charge when it comes to tree changes and sea changes, effectively looking for a new area to live in. And with that, they also look for jobs and jobs locally. And I think that's one of your ambitions, isn't it? To be able to have less people leaving the LGA for work too.
Yeah, and certainly leaving and travelling afar. Yes, that's an interesting statistic. We've been very deliberate. So our population's at 220,000. We grow at over 1% a year currently, which is quite high. But we've been very specific in the last 6 or 7 years. We recognise that our population, if you looked at the demographics of our population about 10 years ago, we were a good 1% or more above the state average for population over the age of 55. And we recognised, as well as this economic transition that was going to happen, that we needed to be a population that had a more balanced demographic spread of young families and young working people in our city if we were going to be a sustainable city. So we were very specific in saying that actually we want to attract people to come and live in the city of working age, younger people who are going to either stay here. We had a real problem with people growing up here and leaving. So we wanted to make it a city where people would grow up and want to stay. And you can only do that if not only are there jobs, but there's a perception of a kind of lifetime career of jobs, a progression of jobs. And also we've been very deliberate at running advertisements and actually attracting young families to suggest that they could come and live and enjoy the lifestyle in Lake Macquarie. And it's working because we're continually in the top 5 regional movers index. But interestingly, we're in the top 5 for the 24 to 35-year-olds, which is the population that we've been very deliberately trying to attract because it makes for a more sustainable city.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Sue Higginson, did you have questions? Yep.
Jane, and thanks for giving your time. I'm just curious, it's clear the council does have a very considered view of value of biodiversity in the LGA. In terms of where do you think, on the books at the moment, in terms of mine rehab, let's say we have a certain balance on the budget sheet, if we were to then decrease that in terms of rehab obligations back to biodiversity lands, where do you see best that deficit could be shifted to or balanced? Where else? And I'm not saying where geographically exactly, but conceptually, where could we?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it depends where you start your 100%. If your 100% is the entire 1,100 hectares going back to natural area, that's a very different equation, and trying to find a balance to saying that we currently have about 57.5% of our city is treed and has tree cover in natural area, and we monitor that every year and measure that and take very seriously making sure that that number doesn't diminish. And therefore, I guess we set that benchmark on what's currently on those sites as opposed to 1,100 hectares back at natural area, which would be a significant increase in that percentage of the city treed. The other thing that we are doing more and more of in Lake Macquarie, because we are a growing population, we do sit right at the fulcrum, I guess, of balancing all of these, is really focusing on the value of the ecological value of the environmental land that we have, or that is created or is generated in the city. And there's more and more in the city, we're finding that we are able to, with new modern practices, we're actually able to improve the biodiversity value and the quality of the existing land and the newly being created land on some of these sites. So there's a value equation that isn't as simple as a square metre here to a square metre there. And in trying to sit at the centre of that, balancing all of those different needs for our city, we've spent a lot of time focusing on the not diminishing our percentage coverage, but more importantly, focusing on within that percentage coverage, what are the biodiversity qualities that exist. So council in the last 7 years have generated 2 crews of teams of people who now spend their time looking after our bushland, making sure it's got much higher value. Bushland can be a bit of set and forget, and we've taken a very definitive approach to say we're not going to do that. We're going to lose as little as possible, but the stuff that we do own, the land that we do own that's got biodiversity, let's really maintain it. So I'm an eternal optimist, but I do think there's a fulcrum where we have a lot of natural area land in the city, and taking better care of it is one of the options available to us to try and find that balance. If we do a square foot for a square foot, I'm showing my age, a square metre for a square metre and my heritage, it will be very difficult. But if we talk about the quality and the biodiversity outcomes, I believe we can maintain those outcomes.
And then just when you mentioned about using BlackRock as the example, the disincentives, could you just give some examples of, I get it conceptually, and that we've heard quite a bit that the risks around that in terms of contemplating doing something, but you've got the mining lease obligation hanging over. Are there any other kind of more nuanced examples of disincentives that we should be aware of?
I think the biggest one is anecdotally what I hear. The biggest one is that fear of we can currently quantify the risk that's in our mine closure plans and in our license requirements, and if we contemplate anything different, how do we quantify the risk? I think state government agencies and the mining companies are all grappling with how do you quantify the risk, particularly when that sort of responsibility and long-term responsibility piece is not known. So I think that's probably the biggest nervousness from the coal companies that I anecdotally hear, is just about being able to quantify a quantifiable risk versus an unknown. Causes the nervousness. And the other thing I will say, and I think you'll hear it later as well, is the process is so cumbersome and so difficult, and it's only cumbersome and difficult because it's not been done regularly. It's not a criticism in any way, shape or form. It's just, we're going to do this, and then everybody kind of went, oh, it's been a long time since this has ever been done. The incentive to the coal company for a parcel of land that's no longer producing, no longer generating income for them, really, to go all the way to the end of the process and finish it, tie a bow on it, for want of a better way of putting it, just isn't there. It's easier to just slowly but surely keep ticking away at it. I know really BlackRock only became a reality because the proponent was absolutely so dogged in saying, this is the parcel of land I want, this is the location on the eastern seaboard of Australia that I want to be in, I'm going to keep chipping away. There was no incentive. In fact, there was a disincentive for the coal company to do that. Now, that's not a criticism of the coal company. I need to be clear about that. I understand exactly it wasn't their priority. It's a tiny little mine. It had stopped producing 50 years ago. It wasn't high on their boardroom's visibility of what was important.
And then just, sorry, finally, in terms of that conversation that's being had about any further benefit and how you capture that economic benefit that may ultimately end up in the mining company pocket through reuse. I think Mr. Farlow was raising that. There's views out, we've got a submission and we're hearing from people later, but that coal companies should receive no more benefit in terms of the reuse of land, and that now all must fall to communities. And Is that a view that you think, that is that a view that you hear in terms of local government and your constituents? And is it a view that, is it a lens that you're thinking through, or how does that work for you?
No, it's not a view that we hear, and it's not a view. And when I say that we hear, I don't hear it from the coal companies or from the community. There's a really balanced view, I think, in Lake Macquarie residents around this idea of needs and balance, and I think even in the coal companies, there's a degree of frustration with the coal companies that I talk to, and these are generally informal conversations, and people who just work in the industry around, they're actually keen to do something different. They're keen to try and do something different. They understand this concept. We use a little headline in our own heads around, if there were 5,000 jobs on that site at its peak, we want 5,000 jobs back on that site. But we, with modern technology and everything else, those 5,000 jobs can be in a footprint that's a fraction of the size that was previously needed. And they understand that passion and that drive and want to be part of that, finding that solution. I don't see or hear any one group in our community or in my sort of network of people I speak to saying it's sort of binary, one or the other.
And would you appreciate that could be different for the communities further up the valley where they're, seeing potentially more physical impact of the mine operations and the big open cuts compared to here, and it's quite a different scenario for communities as you kind of progress up through the valleys?
Absolutely, and I won't for 1 minute speak for them, and I know you're speaking with others later about that. Yes, there's no doubt about that, and I think I started by saying almost every site, these are large sites, but almost every site needs its own solution. The one thing I will say about Lake Macquarie is a lot of our sites are there are miners who will quake in their boots, but a lot of our sites are a little bit easier because they were underground sites predominantly. Now that brings its own challenges, but it also brings probably envisioning what's possible a lot easier. Our geographic location and our proximity to population makes it easier. But I guess I'll start where I'll finish where I started, and that is that because these mines have been closed for quite a period of time and are well advanced in their remediation, there is an urgency for us. And I'm a firm believer that we can all learn from what we learn in Lake Macquarie, and a lot of those learnings, while they might be different, can be transferred up the valley. But this will sound a little bit dramatic, but in reality, if we can't solve the problem on a couple of the sites I've talked about here with their proximity to infrastructure, those challenges up the valley are much, much harder. We need to start here and start to solve the problem.
And so just with that, each site is very specific. And I mean, yesterday we heard literally, we've got one company that's not intending to remotely finish until 2048. So it's a very different scenario to what's happening here. So in terms of that, again, just coming back to biodiversity, because naturally this is it's a big deal given
Absolutely.
That was the commitment at the outset. Do you think that it is wise to be looking at the biodiversity outcomes site by site and LGA by LGA, or do you think there does need to be a strategic overview for all of these mine sites and the biodiversity outcomes for the state? And does your council appreciate, and do your communities appreciate that is a kind of, it's essentially a national issue, but at least a statewide or regional issue as well?
Yeah, I'm known for this, but I think the answer is we have to have both. And we're as a nation and a people, we're smart enough to solve that problem at both levels. And it's not for me to speak on behalf of my community, but my impression of our community and the hunter community is they're actually smart enough to understand both. So at a local level, that outcomes-based planning at a local level is essential if there's ever going to be an adaptive reuse, but at a much more strategic state level, and I think it was Mr. Farlow's question about is it local government or is it state? The answer is both.
Yeah.
The local outcomes have to be driven at a local level, but that global, what are the biodiversity outcomes in the Hunter Valley as a result of this transition, which will take 60 plus years to happen. But let's face it, it's taken 150 years to occur, so 60 years is not that long. Not that I would necessarily see it, but you take my point. We can do both. It's not without the powers of the collective local governments and then the state government to actually have two levels of oversight occurring at the same time.
Thank you. There was
Thank
one
you.
thing I didn't ask
We're
about
just out of time.
council
Yep.
capacity. Did
Okay.
you want to ask about that?
Yeah, if it's
Yeah,
quick.
just one thing, sorry, and I've asked other councils in previous days, but in terms of council's capacity to be doing, clearly you are an incredibly capable council, but in terms of the capacity, do you think with this specific tranche of work, there needs to be any assistance in terms of council's capacity to focus on this specific thing to drive it with the urgency that you're saying? And if so, is there, should the companies be assisting in terms of that capacity? Sorry, it is.
Yes. So Lake Macquarie's in a very fortunate position. We're a very large council. We have the ability to divert resources in a way that smaller councils don't. We've actually formed a partnership with 7 other councils, and we would be far the largest all mining affected councils, with that view to sharing capacity across the councils. And that very much is Lake Macquarie, first of all, saying we're at the front. This is now for us. You can all learn from us because it's here and now, but also recognising we have the capacity. Do I think that the companies should contribute? Absolutely, but I don't think. I think it needs to be a partnership or a collaboration with government and the companies. I think we've talked a lot about community trust and community sense. I think if it's just the coal companies, there's a risk of the community confidence being diminished. I think, in my opinion, and only my opinion, I think the state government really need to take the lead and bring the coal companies to the table, and local council and state government take the lead rather than the coal companies be seen to be leading. And that's simply about community trust and community confidence in the outcomes.
Thank you. No, that's all right. Thank you. That's all we have time for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again for making time to give evidence to the hearing today. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you if there are any questions or supplementary questions that we have. We will now welcome our next witness, and just for the information of members and those participating, I will be handing the chair role over to the Honourable Scott Farlow for this session. I'm recusing myself. So,
Thank you very much. Ewing and Mr. Johnson, and thank you for being here today representing Cessnock City Council. If you could both, starting with you, Ms. Mewing, state your name, position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation today.
Thank you. Jenny Mewing, Senior Strategic Planner with Cessnock City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that given that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Mewing. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Martin Johnson. I'm the Strategic Planning Manager of Cessnock City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, would either of you like to make a short opening statement for the benefit of the committee before we head to questions?
We have prepared for the inquiry a summary of our submission, but I'm assuming all members have read our submission, so it's open to you. We can
We're
go
very
straight
happy for you to, Ms Higginson, to provide an opening statement.
I'll just provide a summary. It's really a summary of our submissions. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to provide a submission and to hear our position on the inquiry. Council's views and submission relate to the experience of Cessnock Council local government area that it's had with mine closures, both historically and more recently and ongoing. For contextual purposes, Cessnock local government area is located in the Hunter Valley, surrounded by Singleton, Hawkesbury, Central Coast, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle and Maitland local government areas. It covers an area of approximately 19,000, I think it is, 600 square kilometres, and is home to a population of approximately 70,000 or 71,000 at the moment. The residential population is expected to increase to 115,000 over the next 20 years. Cessnock Council is one of the fastest growing councils in the state. In terms of industry, the local government area supports one active coal mine, one mine in the process of closure and decommissioning, and a number of extractive industries operating. The export value of this is approximately $726 million. At the height of the lower Hunter mining boom during the 19th and 20th century, there were over 30 underground operational coal mines in Cessnock. These mines were the foundation of our what we call our villages or our settlements within the Cessnock local government area, and Cessnock is based on villages as 2013, around 20 or 30 little villages based on historical coal mines. Council submission raises matters relating to legacy issues these historical mining operations have produced, including subsidence and related sinkholes, land sterilisation due to subsidence and contamination and environmental pollution, such as acid mine drainage and the impact on local waterway health. Council's submission also establishes that the legacy sites have strengths which could be leveraged for adaptive reuse opportunities, including underutilised existing resources like the land itself, electricity, telecommunication, road, rail, etc. Some of them are clear to biodiversity issue constraints, which is a big issue for Cessnock. And they are in proximity and connected to locally, regionally, states, nationally. They're connected and are proximate to both local, regional, interstate, national cities and infrastructure. These factors support redevelopment of the sites for the purpose beyond the standard rehabilitation for agricultural, recreational or renewable energy activities. Obviously, there's extensive cost, time and effort included in making the site suitable for alternative land uses. Also identified in Council's submission is the opportunity for alternative reuse that highly depends on the remediation standards applying to the respective sites. Opportunities for higher use needs to be considered, preferably during the initial mining phase, a mine planning phase, and in consultation with relevant authorities, including local government. This is essential to ensuring that the requisite strategic planning framework is in place before mines close to promote a streamlined transition post-mining land uses. With Council's anticipated population growth and the state government's targeted housing requirements, and knowing the land use constraints such as flooding, biodiversity, etc., land use opportunities like future urban housing should and are being explored for these sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We may start with Mr. Diadam online if he has any questions.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Fowler.
raring to go.
And thank you for your attendance today. So I wanted to start basically with the question around what you think the main environmental issues are associated with the historical underground mines in the Cessnock area.
A lot of the historic mines have been gifted to council, so council actually has management and ownership of a lot of the older mines going back the last couple of centuries. That includes historical mine sites where housing is located, and council's now managing the contamination related to those. There's still residents in these dwellings, so there's those legacies like contamination, asbestos contamination. We have legacy issues and constraints on mine sites relating to flooding. Biodiversity is a big issue, and it's broader than just the mine sites. It's a big issue across Cessnock particularly, but broader local Lower Hunter. We have environmental legacy issues from those mines in terms of water quality in our major streams. The council, there's a financial legacy issue for council in terms of managing these sites. A lot of these sites contain heritage infrastructure, which is either being gifted to council or were regional pieces of infrastructure which are now transferred into local infrastructure. So council has a responsibility to maintain and upkeep the heritage infrastructure on these sites, and there's quite a bit of heritage infrastructure on these legacy sites which council needs to maintain at its cost.
Can you tell me about the issue around sinkholes and how the council handles that question?
I know of two sinkholes. There's both benefits and issues with the sinkholes. There's one in Cessnock, South Cessnock, in a closed mine in South Cessnock. It's a very significant sinkhole. It actually protected the city from more significant flooding during the Pashabolka storm, because a lot of the stormwater went into the sinkhole itself. So it assisted in flooding.
I was wondering what you were going to say with the benefits of a sinkhole.
Quite a huge amount of water went into the sinkhole. But both those, and the other sinkhole that I'm aware of is in North Cessnock. I've seen evidence of animals being washed into the sinkhole. But they're all located within the confines of old legacy mine sites.
How big are we talking about in terms of this sinkhole?
Dimensions?
Yeah.
Maybe Jenny can help there.
Yeah, as to the exact size of it, obviously, if it's big enough to support or resolve a flooding issue during that 2007 storm, it's quite large. But we do have smaller sinkholes within the LGA as well, which might form around, if we've had a sign put in or something like that, you can actually see that it will at some point form a sinkhole. It's not huge. It might just be, maybe 1/2 metre by 1/2 metre. But it's evidence that there's that working underground that's starting to fall away.
So the large sinkhole I'm referring to in South Cessnock is 10 metres by. It's quite significant.
How long does it take before a sinkhole stabilises? Or do they remain unstable?
I guess that's dependent on how you fill it and how well you fill it. Usually, and from the advice that I've had from our works people, we will go out and try and fill the sinkhole. It may be successful, it may not be, because there's no real way of quantifying how big it is when you're just doing a small job. So it may resolve the issue, but in time it may actually create or become part of a larger area.
And so that creates an ongoing expense for council in terms of that. Yeah. Can I just ask about repurposing former mine sites? Can you maybe talk about Cessnock's experience in relation to that?
Yeah, for sure. We've because our villages, as I call them, were based on the settlements of the former coal mines. The area around those villages was the area where the coal was extracted. So if you look at Cessnock, and I'll use Cessnock and Curry as the main example because they're our major strategic centres. There's a lot of area around immediately adjoining our existing areas in Cessnock particularly, which are old legacy mined areas, both underground and on surface, which are still have the remnants of the coal mining activities on them. But if they could be remediated to a certain level, they could be used for expansion of the existing urban area and housing and employment opportunities. Now, we have raised that with a number of the coal mining owners and operators. They're open to that idea. Some of these sites go back 100 years, so it's very hard to follow those up. The ones that we know that we are in communication with, yes, they're open to their idea, but getting traction and getting movement and how long's a piece of string? It can take decades to get that work done to a point where we can use it for recreation or residential or industrial. So there's a lot of at the moment, the growth of Cessnock is town centre itself, urban areas is constrained because of legacy mining surrounding it. If we could address that issue, we would have a huge opportunity for expansion and growth to Cessnock Council, to the city area of Cessnock.
What can the state government do to assist council in terms of supporting remediation, legacy mines?
I think one of the matters that we've raised in our submission is the opportunity of granting funds. That has been something that has been delivered for Newcastle Council and more recently Lake Macquarie City Council. Both of those councils are similar to Cessnock in terms of the historical mining activity that's taken place, and both those council areas have received grouting.
What's
grouting
grouting?
fund.
Can
It's
you
basically
explain that?
filling the voids left by mining with cement.
Right.
Can I add to that? There's a legislative framework around this as well. So you've got the legislation relating to coal mines and remediation of coal mines, and then you've got the planning legislation and other relevant legislation. They don't necessarily read together, and the process for remediation of coal mines totally separate to strategic planning legislation. So there needs to be some sort of connection between the relevant legislation, and if that were to occur, there may be opportunities to both streamline the process and also improve the timeframes for remediation, because it can take a number of decades. We're talking 2-3 decades to get some of these former mine sites remediated to a suitable level. That's the advice I have from coal mine operators.
Can I just ask one final question just about how Cessnock is, I suppose, preparing for displacement of workers in the mining industry?
Sorry, can I ask you to ask the question again? Sorry.
So how is Cessnock preparing for the displacement of workers from the mining industry as the mining industry winds down in Cessnock?
Well, Cessnock's a little bit different to the Hunter Valley, the upper Hunter Valley, in the sense that the mining activity has effectively left Cessnock. There's only one operational mine, the other one that closed in 2012, Ostar. It's in remediation at the moment. Council is obviously very focused on employment, but it's broader than just mining employment. We're looking at a broader range of employment opportunities. And can I use an example of the hydro aluminium site? That's not a coal mine, it's obviously a smelter, but in the decommissioning and the investigations for future land use there, the council and the company and the community were very focused on ensuring that the people that lost their jobs through the closure of that smelter had opportunities for employment through the future use and rezoning and development of that site. And we're at a point now where the land's been zoned for employment and business, where in the future those job opportunities will be there. Now, they won't be the same as historically miners, they're not mining jobs. And we're focusing on what new types of jobs are likely to be required in the future when we're looking at our land use zoning. So we're a little bit different to Upper Hunter. We don't have a lot of mining employees in Cessnock because the mines have closed. Obviously, we have population which reside in Cessnock that go up to the Upper Hunter and commute up to the Upper Hunter to work. But we're focusing on ensuring that we're providing, at least from a land use point of view, we're providing the opportunities for the future employment opportunities that may arise in the future decades.
Can I just ask, in terms of, just leading on from Mr. Diatta?
I'm happy to hand over, actually.
Thanks. In terms of your, is there anything that you think the state government could be doing to assist in this LGA in terms of that job transferal and those skills transfer, in terms of education, certificates, TAFE, that sort of thing? Have you identified any need or any capacity for increased support? Is that something your council's looked at?
Our council, and through the joint organisation in particular, as a group, that's a big focus of that group particularly. And yes, Cessnock Council has that focus of employment. My focus is in ensuring that we provide the land suitable for those future users and for that employment. But as an organisation, yes, and as part of the Lower Hunter and the JO, we are very focused on ensuring that we provide the range of employment opportunities and particularly education. Cessnock's one of the lowest educated communities in the Hunter, at least, and we're focusing on providing those education opportunities in the Hunter for our residents. Now that's really a state government focus. There's very little local government can do than advocate, but I know that the council through its mayor is advocating along those lines.
And just on that, are you able to just extrapolate a little bit? What is the vision in terms of, the needs analysis in terms of those education training needs? And in terms of looking at, with your vision and prediction of the land uses and those employment opportunities, I'm just kind of curious about what the identified gaps may have arisen already, or what that advocacy looks like, and if there's anything this committee could be informed about that we could assist in terms of state government.
Do you want to?
I might just mention here that we are in the process of undertaking employment lands strategy at the moment, reviewing the current employment lands. That will look at the current complement of employment lands that we have within the LGA and the type of industry that is using those lands and the workforce that uses those lands as well. That will give us a better idea of any gaps that we have in terms of employment land supply and the population that we have within the LGA and the needs that we have to then fulfil to provide responses to those gaps. I guess at the moment, just to mention that we, as Martin mentioned, our population isn't hugely affected by the mining closures. I think only around 8.6% of the resident workforce population works in the coal industry or the mining industry, and manufacturing is the highest employer within the LGA. So there is some opportunity for skills transition there. But then when you look at our other higher employers like healthcare, social welfare and the like, the skills aren't easily transitioned between those employed in the mining industry and those higher employers.
And is increasing manufacturing capacity one of the things that you've identified as a potential future land use and growth area?
And that's something that will probably come out of the employment lands review.
Strategy. Yeah.
Can I say we're also, a lot of our population commutes outside Cessnock. They go to Newcastle and Maitland and other areas. our focus, at least from a land use point of view, is trying to we don't want to become a dormitory suburb of Newcastle or Lake Macquarie. We want our people to live and work and recreate and enjoy the lifestyle of Cessnock. So we're trying to plan in order that they can stay and work and live and be housed in Cessnock rather than having to do the big commutes that they do at the moment, whether it's up the Hunter to the coal mines or to Newcastle or wherever.
And just finally on this line of inquiry, does your council have a relationship with Newcastle University in relation to, education programs, training, that sort of thing? Is there a sort of formalised or an informal relationship?
Look, I'm happy to take that on notice and can give you an answer to that. I know the council itself is very focused on in a program where we're employing graduates, so we're training people. That's but within the council itself. But broader than that, I'd have to get some advice. And look, I can take that on notice, and I'll speak to our economic development manager, and I'm sure there's programs that the council is following through. We regularly discuss matters with the University of Newcastle, but I'm not aware of any programs off the top of my head, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Boyd, are you online? Do you have any questions?
No, nothing from me at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, with respect to, I guess, it's the legacy and the historical issues that are conscious in Cessnock. So the recent mine closures, I think, was OzTar at 2012. Was that right? Is that site fully remediated now, or is that still progressively being undertaken?
So I'm aware of. I've been involved in 2 or 3 meetings with OzTar owners. They're in the processes of starting to decommission, i.e. starting to demolish infrastructure on that site. They are talking to council about the long-term future uses for that site and whether that's housing and even some short-term housing, potentially some short-term housing if we can get some of the site remediated. A big problem with the site is, as you know, because it's underground mining. The surface area used for coal mining is relatively small, but the lease areas are huge. So there's a lot of biodiversity constraints on these sites. So the matters that we need to work through with the coal owners. So from memory, OzTar has a plan at least for remediation at least up until 2036. So we're talking at least another 10 years or 12 years through the remediation process.
So ceased operation in 2012, remediation process until 2036, so 24 years effectively.
Yes.
Wow.
And they've been talking to council for the last 4 years, I think. I think it's around the last 4 years.
Okay. In terms of alternative uses as part of the program?
Yeah, in terms of their processes and potentially alternative uses, yes.
Okay. And what's council's position been with respect to those alternative uses? Is that something that council welcomes, or?
Yes, we see it as a huge opportunity because of at the current position where we have very little opportunity to expand outwards from our strategic centres because of these legacy mine sites. If we can work with an active coal mine which is remediating, we see these huge opportunities for urban expansion, subject to some of the constraints being addressed, including biodiversity. And I was interested in your previous discussion on biodiversity.
And with respect to that, you said as well that biodiversity is a big issue when it comes to Cessnock. Is there a particular reason why it's a bigger issue in Cessnock than it is in potentially an area like Lake Macquarie or Muswellbrook or the like? Or?
I think if you look, where do I start? We've been a rural council, really not affected by the urban expansion of Newcastle, Maitland, Lake Macquarie until recently. So we're really peri-urban. So we have a lot of retained natural vegetation. We have, to the south, we have the big national parks, and to the west. But the problem is Cessnock also, if you look at the biodiversity values maps, Cessnock is the most constrained, is one of the most, if not the most constrained local government areas in terms of biodiversity in the state. And I'm not exaggerating, because of the type of vegetation and the type of threatened species, and the legislation as it exists, it is very, very difficult to get traction on looking into new investigation areas for urban housing in Cessnock. It comes down to the absurd where individual trees are identified for protection in a future urban area, so it impacts on terms of the yield for housing and that sort of thing. We have recently written to the Minister for Planning and the relevant Minister for the Environment, outlining this issue. I'm aware the Department of Planning executive directors are aware of the issue, because we do have these housing targets, and unless we can find land we can develop it. It's not like Maitland where the trees have been removed 100 years ago and they've just got grass paddocks with cattle running around them. Yep. Our investigation areas are constrained by biodiversity, particularly, but also flooding and other matters. So it's a big issue, and the legacy mines, a huge proportion of those legacy mine areas have got biodiversity of them over the top of them.
So there aren't too many options for you in terms of looking at accommodating additional housing in the Cessnock LGA?
It's a frustrating process to try to find land which can be developed, and Jenny can add to that if she likes.
I think one of the other issues we're facing in Cessnock is there's not a great deal of appetite at the moment for infill development, and so the greenfield development really does play a major role in providing housing supply. We have done some feasibility analysis of why people aren't delivering infill development, despite the fact that we have huge amounts of land zoned for high density developments and multi-unit development and the like. It clearly just isn't feasible. The market and the sale prices for these developments the Cessnock LGA is not ready for it yet.
Well, as many developers say to me, when you've got to sell an apartment, let's say for $800,000, you can buy a freestanding house for comparatively the same amount of money.
Yes.
People are choosing the freestanding home rather than the apartment.
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of those legacy assets you've got in the area as well, one of those is the Maitland to Bellbird rail line, and I know there's been some appetite for that rail line to be actually transitioned to passenger services and the like. Is that something that Council's interested in or supportive of or investigating?
Yes, we've been advocating for probably the last at least 8-10 years that the main line needs to be preserved, with the potential opportunity for multiple uses, whether it's active or public transport or the reintroduction of rail along the line and that would assist us in Cessnock particularly, where there used to be a rail service to Cessnock back in the 70s. If that could be reintroduced and reintroduced to the other villages along the line, it gives us a great opportunity to obviously plan for greater density and population around those centres, as well as address the issue of a high dependency of big cars. Cessnock is all cars. There's very little public transport.
Apart from the bus services, there's no other, and taxis, there's no other public transport options available. We do have examples where part of the spur lines from that rail corridor are proposed for reactivation for shared pathways and the like, so we can get some connectivity and active use out of them. But that major connection, whether or not it's full-on passenger services or light rail or similar, would give us some opportunity then to provide alternative transport into Maitland, where a lot of our population does go to work. It would free up the congestion on other roads like Main Road as well. So there's a lot of opportunities and benefits that would be associated with reactivation of that corridor.
And who's the current owner of that corridor?
It's privately owned by, I think, Horizon.
Okay.
Austar owns a bit of it as well, so
Okay.
we've spoken to Austar through our few meetings, and they're open to the idea of retaining it.
We are also aware that the corridor is still considered by the owner as an active line, even though it doesn't run any sort of major services, but it's used for storage and shunting of trucks and those sorts of things. So,
Thank you.
So we would, the council itself, and we would really advocate for the retention and looking into what that corridor could be used for in the future.
And that would assist you in unlocking future
Yes.
development potential and that, and potentially being able to meet your housing
In
targets.
other areas as well, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions, Ms Higginson?
In terms of the biodiversity constraints reality, that's a separate issue. It's not because of mine rehabilitation requirements or anything like that. Just wanted to clarify that.
No, it's not generated from the mine rehabilitation. It's a broader issue.
Yes.
Which government needs to deal with. And if I could have an opportunity to follow on from Lake Macquarie, I think it needs to be looked at as strategic landscape perspective rather than individual sites. It's something the state government needs to consider.
Thank you.
And one last question from me as well. I think you've outlined in your submission many of the issues go back to when there were different standards when it came to remediation and potentially legacy issues, but there's no funding mechanisms available to be able to undertake works and the like to fix some of those issues. Are there any recommendations you would like to see come about from the committee with respect to some of those historical assets and legacies and the issues that they create for communities such as Cessnock?
Before I answer the question, I'm aware that there is one or two sites which companies are interested in looking into because there is still a potential to extract some more, not coal, but from the tailings, they can extract some more material from them, which will give us the opportunity to get those sites remediated. I suppose there's the two things I would say is, firstly, I think from a legislative point of view, there needs to be a look at how the pieces of legislation work together to address the remediation issue current and post. And I think there needs to be funding provided. I don't think there's going to be an owner going back to 50 years or 100 years is going to put their hand in their pocket to remediate a site because of the cost of it. And I think there needs to be a funding source provided to encourage or assist in the remediation of some of these sites. Local government can't do it on itself. It doesn't have the money.
Thank you. I think that is all we have in terms of questions and the like. Thank you very much. I did note that you did take at least one question on notice, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to that in due course. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and I think we are now recessing for morning tea and return at 10:45. We'll be back in the capable hands of the Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome to our next inquiry participants. Thank you so much for making time to be here today and give evidence to the inquiry. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Sue Moore, Singleton Mayor, Chair of the Joint Organisation, and I'll do the oath, please.
Please proceed.
Now?
Yep.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks.
Thank you. Steve Wilson, Director, Hunter JO and Executive Officer. I will do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Kim Carland of Hunter Joint Organisation, Advocacy and Government Relations Lead. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thanks.
Sharon Pope, Director of Environment and Planning, Muswellbrook Shire Council, one of the member councils of the Hunter JO. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would any of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would. Welcome and thank you to the committee for this opportunity. It is very exciting and we sincerely say thank you for this inquiry. So the overview of the Hunter JO, we represent the 10 mayors of the region, being the Hunter region, which includes Mid-Coast Council, of course. We're really thrilled, as I said, that the committee is investigating the reuse of mine land, which is an important opportunity for our region, and we welcome this opportunity to provide this evidence to you today. The reuse of mining land is a top priority for the JO, given the important role it contribute to the region's economic evolution beyond coal. Importantly, taking a strategic region-wide approach to this opportunity will provide the certainty and the confidence needed to attract new investment to drive the economic evolution of the Hunter into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Looking to my colleagues to see if anyone wants to start off.
I'm happy to kick off. Or Abigail's on screen. So.
Yes, Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you to our witnesses for coming along today. I know that in the terms of reference for this inquiry, there was reference made to the potential for defence industry activity to come into areas that are experiencing a transition away from coal. And I note that you refer in your submission to the potential for advanced manufacturing, which is often code for weapons manufacture. Is this something that there is appetite within the Hunter region for to attract more investment from weapons manufacturers?
I think smart manufacturing, in terms of the submission that we made, was more around capitalising on the competitive advantages in manufacturing and the skill sets that we have in the region already, whatever that focus may be. There is already a push for more defence industry around the Williamtown Airport, particularly. But we haven't been specific, I don't think, in our submission, is saying that this land presents the opportunities for a multitude of industries that meet the competitive advantages that the region has in terms of skill sets and opportunities.
Thank you. There's been some concern expressed in other areas of the state that that there's a number of really talented and skilled people currently working within mining and within the coal-fired power stations as well, that if we could harness those skills, perhaps with some upskilling or retraining, we could deploy them into green renewable technology fields. But there's some concern that the sort of push for weapons manufacture is going to steal some of those people or attract some of those people away. Is that something that you've given any thought to? as well? Is there any sort of audit of skills or any sort of focus on where you would prefer to sort of direct people into?
I think so it's fair to say there's no aligned position of the board on that particular issue. So we focus, the mayors of the JO, on those issues where there is consensus and alignment across the board. So particularly weapons manufacturing, those sorts of issues aren't there. We probably operate, you may have heard more specifically from some of the member councils who have been here in terms of local issues. But I think more broadly in terms of that skills development opportunity, we see this, or the Board of Mayors sees this, the reuse of mining land, as one component of that much broader economic evolution that is needed in our region. And inherent to that is skills development and change, and making sure there are jobs for people employed in industries now. Again, to move in across we're fairly agnostic at the moment to what those industries are. It's about finding the best new industries for our region that can utilise the mining lands, for example, as well as other attributes that we have in the region. And we haven't made any specific judgments on what those industries are at this point.
Thank you. The issue of coal ash and the reuse and the potential for industries to basically, on site, on the same site as those coal-fired power stations, develop reuse and recycling industries to turn coal ash into, pretty exciting new products in terms of concrete substitutes and tiles and a whole bunch of other things that they're doing overseas. Is that something that you have had any particular sort of focus or investigations into?
At a broader level, the circular economy is a really strong focus of the JO. We see it as a new industry for the Hunter that not just creates jobs and for people, but also helps us on that transition to net zero moving forward in terms of it as an industry. So I'm pleased to raise that. Part of our submission talks around circular economy being one of those potential industries in the region, and one of the sort of work that we've been doing is looking at the creation of precincts for industries to co-locate, so actually create that circular ecosystem and support each other in that space. Coal ash could be one of those industries where you may actually create a hub with other industries doing that recycling, or generating other products that then support each other to achieve the mutual objectives of those industries. So mining land, and particularly where it's in proximity, or industrial land proximity to those kind of sites, would make sense from a circular economy precinct perspective to be able to sort of support that kind of initiative.
I may add, at Muswellbrook we have been in discussions with a company that is investigating the use of coal ash to create a building product, an inert building product. Our council's perspective, and as Steve mentions, the Hunter JO's perspective, is there is a lot of contaminated material sitting in the landscape, and will be a legacy for the future that if no one uses that material, it will sit in the landscape and need to be maintained, and we'll need to be monitoring to see if there's ongoing pollution in waterways and aquifers and so forth. So we strongly support the reuse of the ash, and if the technology is as good as it's being explained to us, it could actually then move on to the mine sites, because all the mine sites also have legacy contaminated areas from coal washing and just generally waste that they've had to generate on their site. So we certainly see it as important at removing a possible problem for future generations.
Yeah, it's sort of a win-win, isn't it? Just one final question, and I'll hand back to you, Chair. The recent sort of revelations around the amount of sort of PFAS and PFOS in waterways, particularly around the Hunter region. I know that a lot of those coal-fired power, well, all of those coal-fired power stations have been using those forever chemicals, and that there is contamination at those sites. And I suspect there was, further sites that you're aware of that have had particular exposure to those chemicals. Are you, I guess, how concerned are you about this, the current revelations, and what do you anticipate doing to work out the extent of that water contamination?
I Again, I think that's a difficult one for us to provide an answer to as the mayor. We're the representative body of the mayors, and we haven't had the opportunity to review that information at this point.
It's not something that the JO or the mayors would have a controlling aspect on. We could certainly advocate and put forward any submissions should a proposal come forward in that way in relation to anything that would concern the community in regards to our waterways.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might continue on now with a couple of questions, just following on from some of Ms. Boyd's line of questioning, and just a more general question for you, whoever wants to respond. What do you see as the biggest barrier or impediment currently to, I suppose, progressing some of the vision that is shared in this submission of yours for the region?
Steve, if you...
I think that there's sort of 4 key elements to our submission, but I think the one getting to that question is probably around the complexity of planning, and there's no clear policy or planning pathway for potential investor or developer to reuse that mining land. It's you're navigating a number of different agencies and planning requirements at both state and federal levels. So I think that's from our member councils, that's probably the clear message that we're hearing. Sharon, I don't know if you, from a local perspective, whether you'd like to...
Yes, I would agree with that, and just that there's no responsibility allocated to an individual agency. Each agency has its own slice of the pie, but no one's making the complete pie, and it's hard for councils and the JO and even the community to know who you're meant to be approaching, who you talk to, who you make submissions to, because all of them are willing to accept information from us, but then they'll go, well, that's not actually our responsibility.
If I could just add to that too, Sharon, I think one of the challenges about that too is it's often at the moment a side-by-side assessment, where what we really need is a clear strategic view over these former mining sites in the region, and looking at their relative advantages and disadvantages for various industries, what the advantages, the proximity to workforces and that are, but actually taking that more helicopter view across the region and having a broader plan, because as we said before, it will be a key part of the region's move towards net zero, that we're able to utilise these lands.
How will the proposed changes to legislation and policy that you're proposing in this submission, how will that specifically address some of the economic challenges to the Hunter region as it transitions away from coal?
I think, what do you want to...
Yeah, thank you. I see it more as the mines are restricted by their mine plan. So they can't move, currently they can't move outside that mine plan, and their rehabilitation for that mine plan is set in place as their approval allows. So we see that would free up that mine plan, that it can then look at the best use today of that land once it's been rehabilitated.
Do you think it's that they can't or that they won't? Because one of the things that's been put to us, certainly by the government submission, was that there is a pathway to alter, conditions of consent, the pathway to partial relinquishment, all of that sort of thing. But it is that at the moment there's no appetite for proponents. So do you think it is?
Yeah, it's probably twofold. I think the mines have been nervous to reopen their consents to allow, because they could effectively end up with their consents quashed and not be able to continue their operations for whatever length of time those operations allow. But it doesn't mean that they would simply be able to not rehabilitate the land. That money for rehabilitating the land could be used to leave it in the best interests for the future use of that land. So, whereas there might be some concern that they would be just walking away and leaving it like a dust bowl, that wouldn't be the case if it's done properly.
And in terms of that, you talk about in the submission, a planning process needing to provide reassurance to investors and landowners in terms of altering development consent conditions. Do you have a view around what that would look like and what the processes should be, or what assurance should be given?
I think our submission doesn't go to the specifics of what that would look like, but the first step we're recommending is actually the review of what's in place now to then inform that process. But I think to that and the previous point too, it's around the confidence in attracting people to the Hunter. We're competing with Queensland, we're competing with Western Australia, we're competing for international investors in this region, and if it's easier to go to those other places, then they will probably go to those other places than if there is uncertainty around whether they'll even get an outcome in the Hunter. So I think those planning processes need to provide, I guess, a clear vision of site that it is possible to utilise these lands and to invest there.
I would also suggest a lot of the older consents only envisaged that the sites would be rehabilitated back to a similar land use that existed before the mine commenced. So that would often be farming, agriculture or biodiversity. And so much has changed since those approvals were issued. They need conditions in their consents that actually push the mines to contemplate the social and economic issues surrounding closure, and to look at other alternative land uses on those sites if the sites are suitable for them. So there does need to be, I suppose, an incentive in their consents to do that. Certainly our discussions with the resources regulator, they've indicated that a new development application could be lodged for specific parts of sites to reuse them, and that if they are approved and a new use looks like it's going to commence, that they wouldn't require rehabilitation of that site to a biodiversity or an agricultural outcome. But at the moment, it's much easier for the mines to do the rehab back to biodiversity or to agriculture, because that's what they've been doing now for a while. And on most of the mine sites, as they're doing progressive rehabilitation, that's what they've been doing. They've got staff who know what they're doing. To open a site up to alternative uses means moving into an area they're not familiar with. They need to become developers. They're not developers. They need to know how to attract new people onto their sites. From our perspective, the transition needs to happen before the mine even closes. So there's also those issues about how do you have two uses occurring on one site. And this is where I think we need leadership from the state government to help us, all of us.
Yeah, so in terms of those, the concurrent uses that you're suggesting, and we have heard this in other parts of the evidence given to this inquiry, just to confirm, your view is that it should be the state government that sort of has or creates the pathway to allow that to happen in terms of the legislative framework.
I think most of the planning matters are state government jurisdiction, would be fair to say. There is federal legislation like the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, for example, that has overlays, but I think the federal government doesn't have the same, I guess, level of planning oversight that this issue requires.
And are there specific changes to state legislation that you're proposing, or what specific changes are needed to remove these barriers to adaptive reuse of lands?
It really needs a thorough deep dive to understand all the separate bits of legislation that might need to be changed, but the Mining Act would have to be one of the primary ones that need to be reviewed. And this concept of allowing relinquishment of mining leases on sites, even though they haven't fully rehabilitated, they haven't fully removed all of the infrastructure, we need some mechanism to be able to, and in my mind it's reserve some of the funds that they would have spent on rehabilitation and infrastructure removal, have that invested. We can relinquish the mining lease, they can leave the site if that's their intention. And then if over a period of time, whether that's 20 years, we've been unable to find a new use for that site and for that infrastructure, we admit that it's time that infrastructure now needs to be removed, well, there's a source of funds to do it. There needs to be certainty for the community that we can be flexible, but while we're being flexible, we're not going to impose significant potential costs on future communities. It's complicated.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that,
Please.
I think this is where we spoke before around a strategic approach, not a site-by-site approach. So I think often in the planning legislation, you think about the approvals for a site or, disconnected from other sites. So the opportunity to strategically plan across the region to look at those, and then look at the mechanisms, as Sharon says, that can activate that, or look at the compensatory measures, the offsets for those sorts of things across different sites. That would add a lot of value, I think, to the bigger strategic vision that mayors have for the region.
I guess just on that point, though, every site is different, isn't it?
Yes.
So it does sort of still need a site-by-site analysis.
It's not either or.
Whether it's open cut, whether it's underground, and I think we've seen that in terms of some of the evidence we've received before the inquiry so far, that certain sites lend themselves to different uses. For instance, pumped hydro in some sites because of the topography and the like, as we've gone here and seen Black Rock, for instance, and the topography of that, the site is very much perhaps determinant of what may happen in future on that site. Just interested in your thoughts. So, in a strategic sense, Hunter Regional Plan of 2041 made some recommendations along those lines, effectively as to reuse, and I know that the chair's quite favourable to the Hunter Regional Plan. But do you think there's value in an audit of every site as to what are some potential opportunities for all of them, considering their unique characteristics as well as potentially some of the strategic uses that you speak of too?
One of the elements of our submission was around that. It encompasses that really. If you're doing that strategic assessment, you might start with a desktop level analysis of where the sites are, what the timeline of their closure is, what attributes are on those sites, in terms of particularly around the infrastructure, the water services, the proximity to skilled workforces, the transport infrastructure that's already going in there, and then so you would be looking at the attributes, but looking at them in a bigger picture as to how these can work with each other across the region to suit some of those broader objectives that we have for new jobs and growth in the region.
Thank you. And I know in your submission as well, you make the case about the Hunter's contribution economically as the largest regional contributor. And I know that every conversation I have in the Hunter is always about necessarily our fair share, and that the Hunter doesn't seem to get its fair share over the years. Do you think there is an opportunity here for perhaps investment back into the Hunter to be able to show that there is a future for the Hunter outside of coal as well, and that the Hunter can continue to be the economic powerhouse that it has been for so long?
Absolutely. I think we're already seeing that with the changes to the port, the international airport. We're already a powerhouse with the coal. We can definitely turn it around and be a powerhouse in a whole different way, empower the state in a whole different way. And the opportunities with mine sites is one aspect of that, turning them into employment lands in a different way than what they are employment lands now. So that, yes, to answer your question, yes, definitely.
And I guess that they're part of the puzzle, aren't they, so to speak, in terms of how do you when we talk about a transition away from coal or transition away from mining in the area, we've got to look at new employment uses, and why not have them on existing employment land, so to speak?
Yeah, very true. And it's not solely about the fact that these lands have already been destroyed by mining. It's about what can be the best use of that land now moving into the future. And some of those lands may have infrastructure on them, which is what Sharon spoke of. Some of them may have infrastructure on them that is appropriate for that to stay there. So their conditions of consent currently would require that infrastructure to be removed. It wouldn't make any sense if you've got a railway line there and that railway line can be reused for other purposes that could bring employment into that land that would actually continue the opportunities for the Hunter.
And how excited our community, I shouldn't say excited, but how, trying to pick up on the right word here, but it's effectively hope in a sense, isn't it? That with the transition, that there is something beyond coal mining, that there are new jobs that can be coming into the community, that it is something which is tangible that the community can actually see being deployed and seeing that there is a future here in the Hunter, and it's an exciting future as well.
Yeah, look, I think I'd step back to the JO and say initially the JO saw this as a Singleton and Muswellbrook problem because that's largely where the coal mines were, but very quickly we realised that it was a whole of the Hunter problem. But when you talk about problem, I like to look at it as an opportunity. The coal mines are an opportunity, not a problem. So, okay, they've got a use now, but they can have so much better use in the future if we get working on it right now.
And if we just add to that, in terms of the focus and the enthusiasm, I guess, across the mayors, the strategic plan for the joint organisation is drawn from the local community strategic plans of all of our member councils. So the sentiments and the directions and the support for these things are actually, represent all of our communities, and they are community-driven plans at the local level. So there is a strong interest and support and a lot of really exciting activity going on in the Hunter in that space.
Thanks. Mr. Higginson, did you have...
Yeah, I was just, curious about and I know, I think we met with Ms. Pope yesterday, but just following on from that, the actual logistics around the state government's role, assisting each council and the joint organisation of councils, we've consistently put this to witnesses that have this role. Is your desire to have that one-stop shop discussion with, and just trying to get that really on the record and your views and whether you've thought about that. So with every council that is dealing with a particular mine in their LGA and those discussions that may or may not yet have started, is the desire to have that one-stop shop from state government that's not a red tape or not another black box of chaos that you go and get thrown into, but that advocate for you on the front line of state government that then goes behind the wall of state government and does all that discussion with environment, with the resource regulator, with water, with transport. Is that something that would be helpful, and should that be happening already?
I would say yes, largely, because that's beyond each council's ability to be able to do that. That's not our role as councils. Not every council has a mine in their local government area. I think probably half of our councils have a mine or an ex-mine. Of course, Mid-Coast has got mines at Gloucester that are very close to closing. So, and of course, Cessnock is much further. Older type mines, but they're it's very much like beyond councils or the JO to actually control this, and it sits with the regulators, sits with the compliance. So it needs a separate body to actually control this, but it's definitely beyond councils, but it's something that the JO has picked up because it's definitely one of our top priorities as a JO.
If I could add to that, at a slightly broader level, one of the long-standing advocacy positions of the board is for a regional entity to coordinate the multiple different efforts, not just on mining site developments, but in terms of the region's evolution moving forward. In terms of, there's a lot of really good activity being done by agencies and industry and community groups across the region, but there's no real strategic approach to bringing that all together and actually getting everyone, rowing in the same direction, so to speak. So there is progress in terms of the future jobs and investment authorities that have been announced and the Net Zero Economy Agency at the federal level. But I guess we'll yet to see how that transpires, but very much having a level of influence over other agencies or being that concierge conduit, to actually provide councils with the kind of assistance that you mentioned would be very valuable on a number of fronts, not just in the development assessment phase, but in terms of the jobs and training and development opportunities and those sorts of things as well, because there are many, many different agencies involved in this space.
And if I can also add, looking at that brokerage sort of aspect of the role, so where you're actually encouraging, so once you've done the audit and you've changed that legislation and made that much more simple, you can be looking at what businesses, from that strategic level where state can take a leadership role of all the different mines and their different infrastructure and assets that they have available, you can go out and do business attraction. And when you're speaking to different businesses, taking that sort of more of that state level aspect of all the different sites that are going to be closing, what assets suit what businesses that you're having conversations with could be a real benefit for the future.
And can I ask, how do you... yeah, that's interesting. It's literally just made me recall when some of our government DPI reps would go overseas and talk about how good our coal was and broker it on behalf of the state. Just curious about how you are potentially contemplating navigating the discussions around mines that are saying that they're going to keep mining until 2048 and they're approved to do that. So they're kind of quite a long way down the lens of their even commencing their closure plans, and mines that have already closed and are well and truly beyond halfway through their rehabilitation. Do you have any concept about should there be a prioritisation of how we look at this, or and timing?
Well, I think initially it's the legislation that allows those mine plans to be adjusted, and that would pick up the ones that are already into those mine plans. Obviously, they're more urgent because what they're doing now is actually impacting on the future, whether that is planting trees, for example. Those trees, if they're planting trees, that might be not the ideal position for trees. That might be an ideal mine site for solar panels or wind turbines. So it doesn't make any sense to rehabilitate it as to the previous mine plan. We need to look at the current mine plan. The ones that are further down the track that are potentially mining till 2048, that is much more further set back, obviously, the need for that. But it's still something that needs to be planned now. It doesn't mean that you let them off the hook now and say, okay, we don't have to worry about them, because we need to actually adjust mine plans that they've got now so that we can be doing that bird's eye view of what that mine might be suitable for at the end of 2048 or at the end of 2040 when they're starting to think about their rehab plans. So it needs to be done as a whole of scale activity.
I might add some of the mines that are very close to existing towns, and Singleton and Muswellbrook have those. Their buffer land might actually be useful today, even though they're not intending to close until 2048. And again, if we have that overarching strategic vision of the sites that are going to be suitable for urban purposes or employment purposes, or the sites that are more suitable for biodiversity corridor creation, we can start looking at the buffer lands that the mines hold and even repurpose them now, even though they're planning to mine for a long time.
And if I could add, I think one of the things that we've included in our submission, and something that the 10 councils are advocating for, is that whole of government plan. That we're hopeful that we have that federal net zero economy agency, we have the state level future jobs and investment authority. We're hopeful that there will be that plan that does the audit of all the different mine sites that will be closing, their infrastructure that are available, the workers that are going to be impacted, and what is sort of that long-term timeline of where all of these moving parts are going to be needing to be factored in and planned for, and so we can work back from the closures. So we're really hopeful that we can lean on the state government to work with the federal government as well as the councils to have that whole of government plan, so we can see what is happening and when we need to be planning for things.
And just finally, I know that I can't remember, I think it's in this submission as well, but some of the individual council submissions about, whatever we need to do, we need to be embracing a nature positive component with how we drive this all forward. just in terms of, you know, if we were looking at going to buffer lands, etc., do you think that it's a fair proposition to say, actually, there should always be some safety nets in there around whatever we do has to be nature positive, and that now is not the time to be going back and double dipping into offset schemes that have been, you know, the ones that are being set aside at the moment? Do you think that that is something that we would need to take a very focused lens on in order to achieve that nature positive approach for the whole region?
I think that reinforces the absolute need for that strategic approach again, because it's very difficult to get that overall nature positive, or whether it's a nature negative outcome. If you're looking at things in a piece by piece approach, you need to look at that at that strategic level and put those principles into the plan you're trying to achieve in terms of the broader use of those sites.
And some of that buffer land is being held just so that there's distant separation between the mine and other receivers that might be sensitive to noise or dust or lights. A lot of the buffer land is agricultural land. It's not being kept for biodiversity offsets as such. And it's probably my point yesterday, the Hunter Valley was settled sort of from the 1820s onwards by Europeans. There was logging to begin with, and then a lot of clearing for agriculture. So the buffer lands, I think the mines could be doing a lot more with their current buffer lands to create a nature positive outcome, even before they've finished mining. They could have been restoring some of these sites to a far better environmental outcome, rather than just continuing to hold them as agricultural land, provided it's not prime ag land. So there is clearly some of that land has irrigation capacity. It could be growing crops. It should be growing crops. It shouldn't just be lying fallow. But other parts, and again, I'm going to bring up the Hunter River because it's something that I think has deteriorated so much in the time of European settlement. There could have been so much more work done already to plant riparian zones along the Hunter River, and the mines, a lot of the mines own riparian land adjoining the Hunter River.
Thank you.
And
Thank
if I could also add, having that strategic approach allows the land that is currently undeveloped that may be looking to be cleared for industry or for future developments, we can be looking at these mining sites as an opportunity to avoid future clearing of land, which in turn, if you take that strategic approach, will end up, it could be nature positive if we take that view.
Yeah, we've heard that, I think, earlier as well with Lake Macquarie Council as well. It was very much a strong appeal. Thank you.
If I could just pick up with one last question. In terms of the strategic approach or lens that you're talking about needing to be applied to this, to the adaptive reuse of mining sites, one of the issues that we sort of have heard a bit about this morning and across the course of the inquiry is around how to incentivise the private companies that own these mining leases to do something different. And we heard this morning about, a mining site that was in care and maintenance, or sorry, in the final stages of rehabilitation. But, you know, for the parent company that's a global multinational corporation, a tiny little mine site in Lake Macquarie, it doesn't rate quite so high as it perhaps does to us. How do you suggest, and what recommendations do you suggest we make to the state government with that regard?
Very good question. Very good question. And I actually can't think of an answer at the moment, but definitely a good question, because it totally does happen. That why would they want to be bothered with that little tiny speck of that mine that all they've got to do is plant trees and just walk away and get their tick?
Is there an opportunity to co-design the recommendations with the mining companies and with potential businesses coming in to really understand how to work through some of those challenges and incentivise, and also incentivise businesses coming in? Like, what are their challenges and barriers? So maybe there's an engagement piece still to come, and that's what your recommendations include.
And does that include the community as well? Is that, or, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's
Good pick up, Sue.
Always.
It's interesting when you say community, because sometimes we as leaders have to be ahead of the community because they don't see where they want it to be. They just see what's now. They don't have the foresight, and that's our role, to actually be prepared for what is coming, and then it doesn't just happen, obviously. So yes, but definitely community, community in mind, if not, maybe not community-led.
Thank you.
And what opportunities do you see as the JO for leveraging the existing transport infrastructure in some of these mines to support new and emerging industries in the region?
Well, I guess many of these sites have the road infrastructure, which is very high standard. They have rail infrastructure, which is very high standard, and connected to a line that is then connected to the Port of Newcastle, and existing infrastructure there. So I guess I don't know which particular industries. That's part of where we look at the competitive advantages of those sites and the industry, again, the broader plan and what the industry development sort of process is. But and I guess it's not just that's transport. There's also water, sewer services, those sorts of things. I guess the ones closer to town would have, that connectivity with the workforce and the urban, environment around it. So, look, I just think, as we said in the submission, the fact that these sites have these attributes, and as Sue said before, the last thing we want is to see these very expensive pieces of infrastructure being pulled up to then try and recreate for industries down the track. So.
There is also a possibility, or a potential market and possibility, would you agree, for this issue that we are all facing, which is, obviously not isolated to us here in New South Wales or in the Hunter, and that is the, adaptive reuse of mine sites, whether it's here in Australia or globally. Is that something that the Hunter JO has considered or done any work on?
I'm not sure I understand the question, I'm sorry.
The need that we are going to face to address this issue more globally. Like, there is obviously an emerging market for innovative solutions to post-mining land use.
The Hunter JO has actually brought people to the region to do presentations to the council. So there's a gentleman recently who came and did presentations after he had a Churchill scholarship. So that opened the eyes of various staff and elected representatives about what is happening outside of the region and outside of Australia, and that actually other places around the world have achieved certain outcomes on former mine sites, and it does give inspiration.
And I think actually from that work, one of the findings was that regionalism, whether it's a formal government or not, and certainly we're not a layer of government at the JO level, but that regional approach in those transitioning regions overseas was really important in terms of because again, you're not trying to replicate everything at a very local government level, but and the state or the federal government's often at that such a broad level that they can't get the level of sort of engagement locally. And the JO very much is around intergovernmental collaboration and setting those priorities with our member councils and with agencies. And I think that's the role we can play in terms of, as Sharon said, bringing the right people together and collaboratively doing some of the co-design work that Kim talks about on those issues that are important to our communities.
Thank you. That is all we have time for this session. I want to thank you all very much for making the time to be here and give evidence to the inquiry and for your submission. Any questions that were taken on notice? I don't believe there were any, but if we have any supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name, position, title, and take either the oath or the affirmation, please.
So my name's Sophie Nichols. I'm the engagement coordinator for Hunter Renewal, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, and apologies, I should have referred to you as Sophie Nichols, as your sign so eloquently says. Apologies. Now online.
Kimberly Crofts. I'm a PhD student at the University of Technology in Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yeah, well, thanks very much for having Hunter Renewal here. We've been working in this space for coming up to 8 years now, working with volunteers, communities, industries. You know, in the next 20 years, 130,000 hectares of mine will become available as 17 mines close. And that will be including 25 final voids, 50,000 hectares of buffer lands, 40,000 of offsets. We don't have a regional scale plan to address any of these concerns as of yet. So it's really, I mean, we've been waiting for this inquiry for quite some time, so it's wonderful that it's happened and that we can get started on making a plan to what happens in the future.
Thank you. Ms Crofts, did you have an opening statement to make as well? Or no? Okay, wonderful.
Not today, thank you.
No, wonderful. We'll move straight to questions then. Looking to my colleagues if either of you want to start. Ms Sue Higginson?
Happy to. You both make very strong submissions about, and I'll just put it to this context because it's consistent with another submission about the nature deficit and the cultural heritage and cultural access to lands for First Nations deficit in terms of the Hunter Valley and the compromise and sacrifice that has been made in terms of for mining for these two other very important purposes in terms of biodiversity, nature protection and access to First Nations communities to land. Are you able to just elaborate on that a little bit more in the context of, you know, we have heard some very strong submissions about the need to reuse land, the existing mining land, particularly for social and economic growth and purposes in the region. I would love to just, if you were able to kind of give us a bit more depth. Your submissions are excellent, but if you could add a bit more depth to that kind of concept.
Our perspective is that we need a rigorous prioritisation of public interest. I mean, the domination of mining in the Hunter is very much apparent. I mean, we have offset lands, we have buffer lands, we have water licenses. I mean, these are all privately owned. And for to be attractive for new industry, to be confident in new industry, you're going to have to be fighting to get a lot of that back. I mean, the land owned by mining, the water owned by mining, the biodiversity corridors, these are all privately owned now. So it's for the restoration of the Hunter, we are looking. It's going to take some time to work on getting cultural landscapes back. I mean, a lot of the cultural heritage is owned by mining. A lot of cultural heritage of Wonnara people has been recorded by mining companies. If you type in Wonnara, the claimant group, you come up with Glencore, Yancoal, or BHP, and this is all their heritage was recorded by mining. And that's because we've had mining for quite some time now, and it has really dominated the valley. So what Hunter Renewal and with the work of Kimberley, we kind of put together this blueprint, which is to date the only kind of regional scale that looks into voids, that looks into cultural heritage, and that was put together by Hunter Renewal and with the help of Kimberley.
Are you, sorry, just to interrupt, is that a document that you'd like to table with this inquiry? Thank you. Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, so, and it's, I mean, we've titled it after the coal rush, the clean up, the community blueprint to restore the Hunter. And I mean, we have this, I mean, to unlock the opportunities of the future, we must address the legacy of the past. And the restoring the Hunter is the largest restoration Australia will ever face. and in terms of post-mining landscapes, there's nothing in comparison. There's nothing in comparison in any other place in the world. I mean, of course, we compare it to the Ruhr Valley. The voids in the Hunter are substantially deeper, and the aquifer interference, particularly to its closeness to the Hunter River, which services the whole valley, is something that we really need to address. So that's those points I would make. If you had anything else, Kimberly?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'd say those things aren't necessarily mutually exclusive that you asked. And treating local people as stakeholders in their future, I think, is important. And many of the speakers previously in these hearings have talked about that. I think if you broaden engagement to ensure that all of those people, the community, that environmental advocates, that people who own local businesses are involved, then you can come up with a strategic plan that actually includes all of those things. It's not an either-or situation.
In terms of, can I just ask as well, in terms of your engagement, you sort of have spoken about the engagement that you've undertaken. It seems, it seems quite novel. You've done door knocking and all sorts of things. Could you just talk a little bit more on, what that method of engagement and some of your findings around that engagement?
Most of the people we've door knocked have been excluded from the consultation process pretty well generally. We've found that if we hosted events, we kind of get the same people that attend, basically, and that's the case with, you see that with a lot of community groups. So we decided that we would go to them. So recently we did 300 door knocking surveys in Muswellbrook, and a lot of that was in kind of Muswellbrook South, which was, I have to admit, I was shocked. I've lived in Singleton. I'd be the 5th generation to live in Singleton, so I'm quite aware of the area. But the lack of opportunities, particularly in places like Muswellbrook South, was shocking. And in our submission, we put in the wealth that BHP's Mount Arthur has generated, and that has definitely not trickled through. There's a lot of issues in the socio-economic side of things, and if we do not get the post-mining landscape and industries brought in post-mining, it's difficult to imagine what will happen to those places. I think the only comparison would be in the Appalachian area of the United States, where you see mass unemployment, huge health issues, and then you see the rise in right-wing politics, and I think that's a scary thought. And that's why we kind of take that approach that we'll go to people and we'll ensure that their voices are heard, and we ensure that. Some of the people that we deal with, let's say in Singleton, we have farmers that are dealing with discussions on closing mines. We have that in these, let's say one farmer I've discussed with last week, he has the discussion of a mine closure, the discussion of a mine extension, the discussion of the Hunter transmission line, and now the discussion of a solar farm. So Singleton, a councillor said that Singleton has some of the highest state significant developments in their LGA. And because we're not necessarily, there's no clear pathway, like we're pushing towards renewables, we're also pushing for mining extensions, and we're also pushing for mining closures. So how are people in Singleton and Muswellbrook, what are they thinking? Are they thinking, do I support a solar farm? Do I support a mining extension? Do I support a mine closure? All at once. This transition it's quite confusing. So we work with these people. We're very, 8 years. A lot of the volunteers that we work with are multi-generational, and we work with the PCWP as well, the claimant group, to kind of plan this, because there has been a lack of planning on all governmental level, and we hope to ensure that an independent statutory kind of body that looks over this large scale. As I said, we haven't seen this repair challenge ever in Australia's history, to really get this transition right for the benefit and for the sustainability of communities like Singleton, Muswellbrook in the Upper Hunter region.
I'm just curious, do you think there is something more specific, or a framework of sorts that the state government, along with councils, should be driving in terms of more engagement? You've gone door knocking. What is there more that our governing bodies should be doing to be better engaging? And have you got any vision of what that looks like that this inquiry could hear about?
Yeah, I'll throw that to Kimberly.
There's lots of different things that can be done, and in fact, these hearings are a good example of some of that. You've gone to community to ask them questions and to generally ask for their local expertise on things. And I think that's a really important part of it, that early on in any planning processes, you're going to community to say, what do you know that we should know? And instead of thinking of them as adversaries about final ideas, you think about them as experts that can help those ideas be more robust in place. So using a mix of different styles of engagement is also really important. That's a pretty fancy room that you're in at the moment, and not everybody is going to be comfortable in that room.
We felt that too, actually, when we walked in. Sorry.
The gold curtains are quite something.
I think it's wood, actually.
Okay. The door knocking that Sophie talked about is one thing. Like, people are in their homes, they immediately feel comfortable. Workshops in community halls are another way that you can do it. For this report that Sophie has tabled, we did a series of engagements first with local academics from the University of Newcastle to sense check a range of recommendations that we'd found from over 100 different expert reports. And then once those ideas had been sort of raked over by the academics, we took them to the community and asked them to sort of be a peer review panel on those ideas. And we did 5 workshops on different areas. That's in the blueprint in the centre page that you can see those recommendations. And we asked the community then to go, okay, what should we know about these ideas? And then we also had a survey. So you can see there's door knocking, there's workshops, there's surveys, there's lots of different ways that different people might like to be engaged and to share their expertise. I think that's the most important thing to consider, is consider the local people, like the ones that you've engaged during these briefings, as experts in the context that these ideas will be placed in.
Thank you. And just finally, you make a strong point, I can't remember which submission, but there's a strong point about, you know, we shouldn't be focusing on what's good for the mining companies right now. I just want to know where that comes from and why that's important, because I know it seems you could take it as a very kind of superficial, oh, that's just a stance, but I thought from the way I read it, it actually had a lot of quite informed meaning behind why that is a necessary part of the approach of how we consider post-mining land use.
Yeah, I was looking at previous talks. There was all this talk about the high quality coal that the Hunter produces and how, and that discussion. The Hunter does produce high quality coal, but we ship it all out. And there was this really interesting argument that was put forward to me. And it was just like, we have shipped every part of this high quality out, that we didn't even use it in our own power stations, that the power stations were left to use the poorest quality coal, which has led to them having there is an argument that has caused the wear and tear of some of our own power stations, that we didn't even use it ourselves. So a lot of what the Hunter has produced, we've just shipped overseas, and we haven't had enough of that profits seen back into the community. So there is a huge, I think, sense that we got with Kimberly's work and with the surveys that the Hunter, the air quality, the lack of services, and yet we generate this high quality coal that we sell for such a high price, which is, and then there is a discussion, there is talk that it just gets spent in Sydney and doesn't come to the regions. So there is a lot of and that's what leads to a lot of distrust of government, that we produce it, we don't see the rewards. And I think that's the point that we tried to make, that we need a prioritisation of public interest rather than multinational companies. Yes, we need to talk with industry, but it should really be the voters, the community members whose interests are first and foremost in this post-mining planning process.
And can I just add to that, in terms of the terms of reference, the point E about how to ensure the benefits from post-mining land use is shared between the community and mine operators. put to the panel that given that Mount Arthur mine makes about $1.8 billion in profit every year, that maybe they're doing okay, and that it's time to bring some of those profits back to community. For example, there's a great article in The Conversation this week from Dr. Simon Wright, who's a colleague of mine, and he says that ownership and the ability to shape the local energy system are the key drivers for community participation, and notes that in Denmark, in their Renewable Energy Act, since 2009, at least 20% community local ownership for all new wind projects has been put in place. I think looking at some of those sorts of mechanisms where community actually owns the economic benefits of post-mining land use should be seriously considered.
Is that, I'm just wondering, is that something you would be able to provide to the committee, whether it's that article or the research that underpins that, just providing to us the material around that joint community ownership and the Denmark situation? That would be very good. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Did you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So I think Ms. Nichols, you raised the issue of the future for the hunter. So what does Hunter Renewal see the future of the hunter being?
The future of the hunter, first and foremost, we want to ensure that all commitments that have been made through the mining boom are met. So there is all those commitments with the buffer lands, the offset. The government doesn't even have a register of said commitments. We don't even know what lands were committed for offset. So that's just one example. We're not fully aware of the aquifer interference of the final voids as they sit on a regional scale, and that's another point. So we want the commitments made during the mining boom to be transparent and laid out within a regulative framework so that becomes publicly available. So that's the first, and that goes back to the fact that you have to clean up the past to ensure the future. And I think once you have that transparency, the hunter becomes substantially more attractive for industries. If you look at industries, I think the water licences, any industry that's going to come into the hunter, I believe, will have to have some type of water infrastructure. And how much of water licences is owned by mining companies currently? There's high security water licences owned by AGL. What will happen to those? Will they just go onto the market to be sold? Or does the state government then think that they should come back to them? Will the state government buy them? So once we kind of get into that and we start to make ourselves more attractive in the sense that you become more transparent about what's available in the hunter, what land can you use, what's not an offset, what land has not been mined and can be used for agriculture, what water licence is available on that land, what rail network. What percentage of the rail network can be given to new industries? At the moment, that rail loop has to be packed up by the mining companies. Are they going to leave it there, or are they going to pack it up? They're saying that it's unclear. Surely Mount Arthur by now should have a clear understanding of what they're going to do with said infrastructure. They're talking about pumped hydro, and Muswellbrook Council through Martin Rush, there was only 2 voids that's available. Surely BHP by now should know if their void of 700 hectares is available for pumped hydro. We're coming to the end, and we need more transparency from mining industries to attract other industries, basically. Like if I was an investor right now and I was looking at Muswellbrook, I would want to know if my parcel of land, is that going to be mined? Will a mine next door be opened? Dartbrook, for instance, near Aberdeen, it was in care and maintenance for 18 years. And now it's reopened. So if I was an industry, let's say I got a tourism industry, I bought the land next to Dartbrook, I'm going to be pretty annoyed that that's now reopened. So in terms of getting industry, the hunter is, it is very well set up for industries with the connection to the port and to the roads. But we need to be more clear in terms of this transition pathway, what's going to happen. If you're going to get international investors to come in and buy, let's say, 20,000 hectares, what's happening around them? What water licence? What's going to be the state of the Hunter River in the sense if we get mining extensions till 2040 and they're still dumping their saline water through the Hunter Salinity Trading Scheme into the Hunter River? So there's lots of questions about the the legacies of mining and how long they will influence new industries coming in, and if the commitments that they have made will continue into the future. I mean, the Hunter Cylinder Trading Scheme is a perfect example. Australia's first emissions trading scheme, and that was when it was high flow, mines would dump their salt water into the Hunter River. Who's going to manage that? I mean, who will be managing dams on post-mining lands with saline water? Currently, there's the staffing there, but when there's high flow, you pump it in, you can get rid of it, and that's the trading scheme. But who's going to manage that in 10, 15 years' time? I mean, is it just going to be left on the landscape as you've seen in Cessnock? But the issue with Cessnock is that these are old mines. Yes, they are damaging, but the new mines mean 700 hectare void at Mount Arthur. I mean, the Muswellbrook coal that's going to be a pumped hydro is 62 hectares. So yes, and that comes to, I mean, you've made this point a lot, so you can't necessarily compare each side. It definitely has to be a site by site, but they all need to be connected in a regional plan. So to get new industries, you have to be attractive, and how to be attractive is to be transparent and to fully commit to the promises that were made by mining on offsets, on their water on their water commitments, and so on and so forth. But it is a difficult place. I mean, the domination of mining and the privatisation of water, of land, and a lot of infrastructure will be difficult. We're going to have to buy a lot of that back unless they give it to us. I mean, is BHP just going to give us the water licence? Is AGL just going to give us the water licence? Of high security water licences? I mean, they're worth so much now. On one river system, in the Hunter River, services everything all the way down to Newcastle. I mean, it starts in the Goulburn and goes all the way down to, it supplies everything. And we have to ensure that the legacies of mining don't influence the new industries that we're trying to attract into the region.
So Hunter Renewal then supports part of the land being used for new industry or the existing land on?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as part of that that piece of the puzzle, I guess you're advocating that the community needs to be at the heart of that decision making and what they want the community to look like in the future. Your criticism is that that's sort of not going down, so to speak, in terms of the communities you've door-knocked in terms of that consultation. Is that correct?
I mean, consultation is taking place. Is it broad enough? No. Is it broad enough by it's just not reaching as much people, and maybe Hunter Renewal is best placed to do that, and then we take that information from there. I mean, Kimberley did that workshop, and we now have that report which we share, which we share as much as possible. So yeah, I mean, it definitely needs to be broader, and definitely needs to include a much broader range of industries as well. Definitely. Yeah, so I mean, consultation is taking place, but I don't necessarily think it's targeting every area that it could.
Have any of the mining companies engaged with you as part of their remediation plans or post-mining land use?
Yeah, so I've been to a fair few mines, and yeah, we've been discussing what to happen next. I mean, it's kind of somewhat overwhelming, the size and scale of this, but yes, we're in discussion. BHP, being the one that's closest to closing, has probably engaged with us the most, but are we getting as much information back from them? I'd say no.
And I guess in the sense of the information back, you've made the criticism in terms of the concrete plans and whether pumped hydro and that, for instance, is going to happen on the site. Is that the sort of information back you're talking about, or other? Are you just putting sort of inputs in and not getting any feedback, or what's the criticism there?
I mean, there's even criticism calling them final voids. I mean, they're a final void until there's something else. So happy to call them pumped hydro when they're pumped hydro. I mean, there's even pushback from the language, but you know, I mean, they are a final void until there's something else, and that's something to really to put on. And we would love for more transparency about. You know, I mean, we heard from BHP saying they're looking into pumped hydro. Show us. You know what I mean? Promote it. You know what I mean? You need to attract that. I mean, Imitsu and AGL have with their Muswellbrook coal, and they've engaged with the PCWP, and we've had discussions. But I mean, at the stage now, I mean, most of them are going to be left as currently saying most of them will be a void until they're otherwise. And how long does it take till there's something else? And there's lots of like zip lines, bike tracks. I mean, you heard from Graham Kelly that he wants people to keep the same wage, right? That miners should be able to keep these kind of high wages in new industries. Well, if you're going to have to keep those same wages, you need industries, not just, one tourist zip line company. Like, to get 150, 180, you need large industries where you can get promotion to maintain those wages. So at the moment, I'm just not seeing that. We're not seeing, and even this notion that someone will take on, an industry will take on, that's very vague. What industry? What company? I think we heard from BHP that they want, and the term was someone. BHP was on the market for a very long time, and Hunter Renewal was told that a large miner in the area that had the capabilities of taking on Mount Arthur. Not many people can take on a mine like that. They don't have the expertise, they don't have the tools, they don't have the wherewithal. And they went in, did the due diligence on Mount Arthur when it was for sale, and thought no. And they got out. So who's going to take it on? What industry? What industry do you think has the capabilities of taking on a void that's 700 hectares in size? It'd have to be a large, presumably multinational industry, and to take on all those rehab requirements if they're not going to make them, if they sell. You have to start to think who.
But on that void point, isn't pumped hydro proposed for that, or isn't that part of the solution there?
We don't know. There's no firm commitments. Do we know that the Mount Arthur void in itself is economical to become a pumped hydro? You saw with Martin Rush that they say 2. And he said Muswellbrook coal and a smaller one, which I presume is Mangoola, and that doesn't include Mount Arthur.
So you're sceptical that Mount Arthur will be used as a pumped hydro facility?
Extremely.
Is it the case that you think if it was the big shining, that's it, we would have heard about it? Is that kind of where your submission kind of takes us?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got to say, but that was sort of BHP's evidence before this committee that it was being, looked at for pumped hydro and the like. It's not like this is just sort of some, pie in the sky kind of proposal, is it?
That's for them to prove.
Can I just ask one thing that has arisen with the, do you think that the discussion around being able to maintain the wage level, the job capacity, do you think that we really should be taking some more realistic responsibility about that, in fact, being possible, and that we are actually being, traversing some potentially misleading, dangerous territory? Because, you can only actually have a mining boom once, can't you? Because there's only so much under the ground to pull out, and there's only so many holes you can make that deliver like that. And yes, we're looking at all these future industries, but your submission about that wage, maintaining that many high-paid jobs, do you think we should recalibrate that as a matter of public interest and responsibility?
I think it's difficult to say that you're not going to continue that wage, but it's highly, from my perspective, it's highly unlikely unless you get another industry in there that can also reap said rewards. In what industry would that be? There's all this someone industry, manufacturing, but what? And what's going to generate that type of level of wages? And the shame is that, if you look at the Scone TAFE, the Muswellbrook TAFE, the Singleton TAFE, perhaps where a lot of you could get retraining and you could get the specialisation to get higher wages, that's not necessarily available. That was the point within the Rural Valley, is that they went down that educational pathway. But they had the amount of money that transition put into education was vast. For my point is that I think we need to be more realistic that perhaps those wages aren't going to continue. But if they are, they're going to have to be based on the basis that we retrain. In an open cut mine, most of them are dump truck drivers. Right? They're not highly skilled. There is a percentage that is, but for a dump truck driver, you just need a normal license. You don't even need a HR license. So you're going to have to then get a lot of people to be retrained if they're going to be truck drivers. I mean, the position is that dumb truck drivers become truck drivers, but they have to still get that license. And I'm not sure if the miners themselves are training their workforce to then, once that mine charts that they are at the peak of their capacity in terms of technical educational training, to then get another highly paid job. I don't necessarily think that's happening. I mean, technically, BHP should be running every one of their employees through a TAFE course right now, rather that be an electrical engineer so then they can work on residential, whether it be a dump truck driver so then they can use HR, they can have a HR license to do truck driving. That needs to happen so they have the capacity to earn as much as possible post-mining.
Can I just add to that? There's another report that I did alongside Hunter Renewal in 2021, which is worth looking at. I can send that to you.
Yes.
And during the workshops with community, one gentleman said that he can imagine the Hunter as having lots of little industries everywhere. That was his vision. And part of that is also considering beyond the current mine workforce, that there might be in community people who would like to be retrained as well to develop their own entrepreneurial spirit. And I'd like to call on the panel to think beyond the mine workforce, the resources that sit more broadly in community. And that might be training people in landscape restoration, which is going to be one of the biggest challenges. And if the Hunter Valley can get that right, they could become a global leader in mine rehabilitation, which would set up a lot of people for industries into the future.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting point. In terms of your submission, it talks about the integrated landscape restoration plan. Could you provide some more details on what that proposed plan would entail or what it should have?
Yeah, so when we started doing the blueprint and some of the research, we actually bought titles so we could figure out what was going on. So in terms of land titles. So we need to have public access to a lot of the information in terms of the landscape. What areas were committed for offsets, what the 50,000 hectares of buffer lands, the voids, the impact on the alluvial groundwater, what percentage of the Hunter River is owned, allocations, whether they're high security or not. So we need all that information to be transparent, and that would involve in the landscape. And then we set it out. I mean, we were hoping to have like more GIS mapping, so you could go onto a site and you could look at what was happening. So it's much more visual. And the New South Wales has got the seed portal now.
Yes.
But that relies on mining companies putting that information in. So you are relying on them being obviously truthful and honest in their submissions. So something like that type of mapping where we can see what's been mined, what's mine owned, what's still under lease, and those type queries that are still unknown in this space. I think that would first and foremost be the parameters of the regional scale, and then you look at places and how does Gloucester fit into it, how does Luff into it, and that kind of really regional. And you could probably have it all over New South Wales. Obviously, Hunter Renewal is just focused on the Hunter, but those type things that remain unknown even to us that are in this space and are some of us paid to research, it's still unknown. So that would be the first kind of point of call, and what areas are in care and maintenance. And even when we was hearing from Cessnock Council, there's still, even with those legacies, it's still a little bit unknown where those shafts are, all that, and maybe that could fit into it as well. So as much information as possible that's publicly available.
So in terms of the data that is available, are you aware of the data that is available through it's called MinView, and is that something that you're saying is not sufficient? You want sort of a higher level detail, or what is it that's lacking in the data that exists? Because this is obviously quite a comprehensive new database. What is it that you think we need to add to that?
I think the thing is that the cumulative, we want to look at the large scale and for it to be a lot easily accessible. Like when we were door knocking, a lot of people didn't even realise any of these was available. So to kind of promote, I mean, yes, the what you were discussing, that's a really good start, but adding to that and really kind of promoting it more. I mean, I don't think anybody knew that the seed portal went live in terms of, and would they go there? I'm not sure. So. So something on that level of mapping that includes all of the commitments. I mean, I don't know sometimes the commitments, I don't even think the mining companies forgot that they committed to something and then they're going to mine it again. So even the industry is unaware of said commitments. As much public available mapping that talks about water licences, land licences, and what commitments have been made to biodiversity offsets.
And so you say you bought titles to better understand. Can you give us an example of what and why that occurred?
Well, it wasn't available, and people were like confused. Even with, the thing with a lot of the mining is that a lot of the post-mining, a lot of the landscapes have kind of fallen into the space of extensions, that voids have been promoted as that the new extension that will create overburden, that will just be shoved in the old void, right? And then you just progress on with the mining extension. But we're now at the stage that there are mines that are closing, that aren't progressing, and people are still very unsure of what's going on. I mean, we have a void in Glendale, which is just outside of Singleton, that's been filled with water, even though they have a mine extension. So they've used their water allocation to fill it with water. Now, should a mining company be using water allocation to fill a void? Is that the best use of water? And people are asking Hunter Renewal, they filled the void. What happens to that mining extension now? And we're like, well, we're not sure. There was the purchase of titles just to gain access to basic information about what's going to happen. And I mean, we're working with landholders that are near mining, but I presume if an industry is going to come in, they're wanting to know as much as what the neighbouring landholder does as well. So to make the Hunter, as I said, as attractive as possible, all this information needs to be as public, to not only just to the neighbour who's been there 50, 60 years, but to a new industry that's going to come in.
Your submission talks about the importance of offset land and buffer land. In terms of buffer land, you emphasise the importance of incorporating that or recognising that in this integrated landscape restoration plan. How could this inclusion double the economic and employment potential of our region?
So the first point I made about offset land is that also has been neglected quite severely as well. I mean, there's parts in the Upper Hunter that there's huge issues with wild pigs, weeds. So there's a lot of work that needs to be happened to conserve that land. But in terms of the domination of mining, we have lost a lot of biodiversity, and for tourism in particular, and for agriculture, having biodiversity alongside these industries, tourism, agriculture, I'd quote would be the main ones. Having biodiversity corridors and having these kind of landscapes would improve industry, no doubt. I mean, farming needs to be included. Even if we talk about beef or sheep beef or sheep, having biodiversity with grazing cattle is essential. And it's going to be more essential in terms of if we get a lot more weather events that you need shelter for. And in terms of tourism, I mean, we could link in cultural heritage sites and you could go through all these areas. I mean, we have the Biami Cave, which is a significant place. And if we link that to other corridors in that area, it's really, really important. And to re-establish a lot that's been lost, I think will be much more attractive to industry with using this with the offsets and the buffer lands. Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of landscape restoration, you mentioned that earlier as an industry, potential industry. Are there examples of successful projects from other regions that the committee could look at? For example, the Ruhr Valley that you mentioned.
Yep. Kimberly, do you want to touch on that one?
Germany is used quite a lot as an example, and there are some really inspiring stories. But I saw yesterday that they are spending 45 billion euros over the next 18 years to transition their way out of coal by 2038. So in terms of the scale of funding compared to what we're spending here, I think we need to be realistic about what is possible. One of the things that there are some really good examples that I can send you some papers in terms of sort of startup industries and that sort of thing, and allowing community to be involved in developing those new industries. I'd also draw your attention to the report that Lock the Gate commissioned from EY in 2023 that's called Diversification and Growth. And that has a lot of modelling, economic modelling in it for different scenarios for the hunter in terms of a different uptake of renewables versus different industries and things. And it was that report that actually led to our restoration blueprint and to bringing the environmental lens and the community lens onto that. So there might be some indications in the EY report that you could use.
Thank you. Yeah, we did hear from Lock the Gate earlier in hearings, and I recall them mentioning such a report. So if you're able to provide that detail to the committee secretariat, that would be gratefully received. Thank you. A final question from me before we finish up. In terms of the pace of coal industry decline, your submission suggests that the decline will be faster than what's currently being planned for here in New South Wales. What steps should the New South Wales government take to prepare for a more rapid transition?
The biggest fear is that if it declines, and we've seen this in the Hunter, is that when I was at, I think it was Varley, they got all their workers to the Singleton Showground and they sacked them, right? And that could well happen. You know what I mean? If a mine closed, you just get the redundancies. And at the moment, I mean, we saw with when AGL closed with Liddell, they just went to Bayswater. And that was a nice, people took redundancies and then other people took other work. So if the industry starts closing in a total sense, what the government needs to do is to ensure that the commitments that have been made are continued. That's first and foremost for public interest. And it's difficult in the sense that a miner has every right just to leave. I mean, they're a private entity. And they can just leave. I mean, the days of it all being state-owned are well behind us. So I would say that what we could do from Hunter Renewal's perspective is that the Auditor General put in place that the long-term environmental risks in terms of the security bonds, that needs to be addressed. So if we do experience in whatever case it may be, the residual risks of mining, and that we see in 10, 15 years down the track that we are starting to see leachate of a certain mine, like a certain void is now leaking, or that we're seeing large erosion, that we can draw upon those security bonds to fix that. So that would be Hunter Renewal's first perspective, that one of the recommendations from the Auditor General in that 2017 review be put in place. And I think the point is that we need to get as much money out of the boom now, before it is too late. And obviously with mining companies are making a lot of money. So in some way putting in some type of increasing the future fund or increasing the voluntary planning that the councils get, the Singleton Council and the Muswellbrook Council get, maybe kind of organising with them to get as much out of the now than when the mines close. And when they close, it will be very difficult for people like Singleton and Muswellbrook. So and it will be difficult for a lot of people even who aren't in the industry. So to ensure that we are ready for that, I think we need to ensure that the commitments for the environment and for the long-term sustainability of the Hunter are met first, and then to ensure that we have as much money to support the community in that transition. And then that obviously then plays into the fact that we could well have a regulatory framework that looks into post-mining landscape that comes from this inquiry. Be something that we would push for. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all we have time for this session, unfortunately. Thank you so much again to both of you for giving evidence to the inquiry and for your submissions. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to questions that were taken on notice, and if there are any supplementary questions from committee members. We'll now have a short break. Thank you. and taking either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Sure. My name is Amanda Wetzel, and I made my submission as an individual, so there's no position title to provide. From the affirmation here, I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I would, thank you. So firstly, I want to welcome the establishment of this committee and thank all the members for the time and effort that they're making to look at this very complex issue. I'm a qualified urban and regional planner. I've been specializing in strategic land use planning and land use planning policy throughout my career. I moved to the Hunter in 2014, 10 years ago, and since then I've held a variety of roles across the public, private, and research sectors. Through this experience, I've had the opportunity to consider the implications of mining as a land use in several different ways and from several different perspectives. I made my submission as an individual, so I just wanted to reiterate that anything I share today is not affiliated with any particular group, organization, or site, but I do take a particular focus on the Hunter because that's where my postcode and most of my experience comes from. The other thing that I wanted to sort of say is that I think the key point from my submission is that given the scale of its footprint and its legacy here in the Hunter, I've asked the committee to consider efforts for post-mining land use as a matter of national significance and ensure that the recommendations that are made see that resourced appropriately. So I have, in preparing for today, collated a few extra figures that I'll table now.
Please do. Thank you.
And while those are being distributed, mining is a temporary land use, but its impacts and effects are intergenerational and often can be evidenced far outside the red line boundary of any particular mine site. In that way, it has a habit of becoming part of the fabric of a place, and when it disappears or is threatened to disappear, it's often really difficult for communities to envisage any kind of future without it. And I think that in particular here in the Hunter Regional Plan 2041 has the potential to be a game changer for how we go about doing that by bringing together, for the first time, a stated ambition for a multi-stakeholder approach to doing this. But what it also means is that that plan was only published a couple of years ago, but mining and mine closure have been around in this region for a couple hundred years. So one, we have quite a complex mess to untangle before we can move forward. And two, while we have very good intentions now, we don't necessarily yet have the clear pathways and processes to get us there. So these figures help to supplement my submission in a few ways. The first one is an illustration that I find particularly useful in demonstrating the relationships between the various activities that take place and revenues that are derived from mining activities throughout the mine stage timeframes. It allows us to see the disconnect between different stakeholders' awareness that there's even a possibility for something to happen on a mine site or for them to invest and change the uses in the spaces around the mine once the mining impacts cease to exist, versus what the revenue and resources are, where those are raised within this time frame to allow us to reallocate and fund those efforts. The second, third, and fourth figures then take a focus on the Hunter specifically. Figure 2 takes a map from the 1999 Synoptic Plan. I know that's been mentioned in previous hearings. Essentially, it shows what the planners in 1999 envisaged would be an integrated post-mining landscape in 2020. We've all seen Back to the Future, and we're much older than 2020 now. But I wanted to reiterate here that considerations for post-mining land use and some kind of a common vision for what that might look like aren't new, although the efforts have now been renewed. And figure 3 overlays the Upper Hunter mining regionally significant growth area that's identified in the Hunter Regional Plan with that 1999 plan. It shows that we've surpassed what the scale of mining was envisaged 25 years ago. Figure 4 finally overlays all of the different adjoining and overlapping regionally significant growth areas in that same stretch. It shows not only the post-mining land use regionally significant growth area, but also the growth area identified for the Liddell and Bayswater power stations, as well as the growth area identified for the Upper Hunter wine district. So there's a lot of competing and sometimes contentious issues that need to be dealt with, and how we go about sequencing whose decisions and interests get made first in this process will matter in terms of how we shape the future for that part of the Hunter. So I'm happy to refer back to these figures as questions evolve or take supplementary questions on them after today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for providing us this additional information and also for your submission, which I was very interested by in terms of the amount of detail that went into it in what appeared to be something that was made in haste. So
That's been in my head for a while.
I think it spoke to the quality of what you would offer us as a committee. In turning to questions, I might look to my colleagues to see if they wanted to start or... Yeah, Ms. Higginson, please do.
Thank you. I'm just, thank you very much. It's very, all of this is incredibly insightful. In terms of the, your proposition that it should be a nationally significant effort, what does that kind of look like in real terms? Does that basically mean we need Commonwealth resource support and intelligence? Is that what that looks like, or is it something a bit different?
I think at some point or another, every level of government has been involved in trying to plan for the hunter. If you go back to when I first moved to the region, there was an initiative happening at the federal level to look at what they called regional sustainability planning, specifically for the lower hunter. And out of that came a lot of information and knowledge. I think in terms of considering it nationally significant, what I mean by that is ensuring that there is a sufficient amount of funding, resources, and personnel that is allowed to continue beyond government life cycles in order to see a long-term vision established and carried forward. It also means enacting or, I guess, tapping into all levels of government to share the information that they have amassed over several decades in order that we don't have to start from a blank slate. A lot of what I've done through previous projects has been trying to wrangle all of the information that's out there to help inform decisions in this space. And if you spent time doing that, you'll realize that you could spend the rest of your career just trying to bring together in one particular library all of the efforts that have been made in this space. And instead, we need to use and harness that information to actually start putting some of it to good use, including making it decision ready. A lot of it sort of piecemeal or looks at a very narrow or niche aspect of this complex problem. And I think that there's an opportunity now for us to start building off of that and putting it to good use.
So do you think that that could manifest as an exercise that, is a kind of portal of some sort, like the repository of all of this work that you're talking about? And if so, what does that look like in terms of usability and purpose and utility? Does it mean that somebody has to also do a really clear analysis of all of that and then make that a kind of click-through accessible, hey, this is what it looks like? Does it look like building layers of material? Yeah. I'm just curious about if you've clearly considered it.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And as a strategic planner, if there was a single way of putting a portal together that allowed every stakeholder that needs to use this information to make decisions, I would be a bajillionaire by now. Unfortunately, there's not. I think there are base layers that could come together that give us a starting point, or at least reduce the amount of duplication that happens in this space. Every consultant project that kicks off that has to look at post-mining land use will be repeating some of the same considerations or the same scenarios, trying to bring together a time frame or a timeline for when each mine is going to close. And there's no definitive single source on that information. If you look at strategic land use planning here in New South Wales, there is a set of common assumptions or common baseline assumptions. Even putting together a short series of those for this particular effort, I think would be useful. I definitely think there's a need for some kind of a spatial portal. I referred to that in my submission with respect to the final the mined closure plans. One of my colleagues in a previous role had to go to every individual mine site operator's website to then find on the website somewhere where they'd published their closure plan. It comes down in a PDF format, which means that you then have to draw it on whatever GIS or whatever other software you're going to use to try and envisage it. And if you're a regional planner like myself, you want to be able to see what those mine sites that sit next to each other are thinking and doing. So that's a tedious exercise. And that could be done and it could be made available without any real sense of political or future intent use lens, that's baseline information. What is currently approved should be public information, in my opinion.
And just in relation to your point on the transfer of ownership component in your submission, we just heard some evidence from a previous witness about, the amount of assets that really are held in private ownership now, and whether they're, how we look at that and whether we're going to need to create new forms of transfer of assets and requirements, for example, the water licence. So, and I'm aware there's millions of dollars worth of water licences held in the Gunnedah, Namoy, Hunter, etc. And then there's the land and there's etc. So have you given more thoughts around frameworks and structures around what that could look like?
I'll probably sound like a broken record with things you've heard before. We'll need to have multiple vehicles and mechanisms to be able to have that occur fairly, because a lot of that will be specific to each individual site. There was a project that I was involved with Warren Shire Council as a consultant to them, and this was in relation to the Cabora coal mine, which was a proposed mine which was proposed by the government. So all the land, the water entitlements and everything was assembled for that mine to be developed, but it was never developed. The business case fell through, and there were additional investments that were required that ultimately saw all of those water entitlements and the private properties that had been assembled put back onto the private market. There was a huge opportunity missed for council there. They tried to intervene before the water entitlements were sold to ensure that some of that was saved and kept for uses back in the community to help them kickstart economic redevelopment and repopulation around the Dunedoo area. But there was no mechanism for those water entitlements to be held, and ultimately they were sold and all of the land was sold back. So it was a huge strategic missed opportunity for the council in that respect. But it would be different again. I know you're going to hear from the BlackRock proponent after me, and I'm sure that there are lessons to be learnt from how the transfer of risk was proposed and then ultimately handled in that particular site's case. And equally, I think previous submitters had talked about things like the infrastructure, community heritage, or heritage properties that are held on sites. How those get transferred back to a community use will depend on whether it goes to council or a community group or the like.
And is the basis, do you think, in terms of the, as a strategic planner, obviously there's a bunch of philosophical underpinnings to the entire system of land use and property and private, public.
Yep.
Is there an underpinning that we can find in terms of, a sovereign state, sovereignty, etc.? Is there an underpinning that we can find somewhere to justify, say, some of these privately held to public or community or government transfer of ownership? And where do we look to find that in a system that is so limited in terms of its capacity to compulsory acquire and those sort of things?
Gosh, that's a big question. I don't know if I have a single answer for that one, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your attendance and for your submission as well. And Hunter Regional Plan 2041, I guess, great document, but like all documents, it's only as good as what's actually happening as a result of it. On the ground, are you seeing anything actually being implemented as part of the Hunter Regional Plan?
Sure. There's the place plan or place strategy program has kicked off, and there are examples of place strategies occurring in other areas. I haven't been directly involved in many of those, so anything that I would know...
Don't worry, we're not blaming you.
Right. Anything that I would know would be entirely anecdotal and unprofessional, I guess, for me to sort of claim that those are accurate truths. It's in my professional experience, when you change an approach and you introduce something like the place strategy program, until you prove that it works, there's going to be apprehension. There's going to be a bit of suspicion. And I think if you look at the history of planning here in the Hunter, there is reason for stakeholders to not necessarily have a lot of confidence that this is going to be the thing that gets us to the end. Personally, I prefer to see more adaptive planning approaches, which means that we don't put all of our resources towards creating a document, because as soon as we put the document,
documents are great though.
They're fantastic. Maybe let's produce a series of documents and commit to that happening is sort of where I would see this going. The reason for that is usually whatever the first generation of the document is, tends to be about 400 pages long, and it's like a brain dump of everything that we've all learnt again for the first time in the last time period of putting it together. Going back and improving upon those time and time again is where the magic happens, and it's the predictability of that process, which means that stakeholders that were involved in the beginning get to come back. We get to try and test out certain approaches or theories or hypotheses, and we come back and reflect on whether those have worked, and if they haven't, what is our plan B, and then what is our plan C and plan D. And I think the best thing that could come of this committee's, I guess, recommendations would be some kind of effort that allows for that level of continuity. You can produce as many documents as you like.
We're going to produce one as well, so
fantastic.
We'll add to the pile.
But just make sure that the things that we're putting into a document that suggest what we want to do in the future, that they're backed up with continually checking in and improving and implementing.
Thank you. Now, you talk about the Hunter being a test case in a sense as well, nationally significant, and I think to some of the documents you provided us with today, you see the expanse of the issue when it comes to the Hunter and the challenges the Hunter faces, but the opportunities it presents as well. From your work previously, and of course noting that that's unfinished work, do you think that there is that appreciation that this is nationally significant?
I think in certain circles, absolutely. If you look at it from a research sector, this is a highly studied area. And I'm not just talking about the area in the Upper Hunter that's in the Hunter Regional Plan. There are researchers from around the world that come here. If you search for case studies of post-mining land use, you'll find the Hunter. And the irony is that we haven't solved the problem yet, right? But the scale of the opportunity is globally recognized here. And I think if we were to open that up and genuinely put efforts towards the planning side of things, that you'll find international talent will come here just to be working on what we have to offer in that space. And to singularly focus on opportunities for development for employment generating uses in the traditional sense would be a missed opportunity, because the potential for us to look at testing out new methods for rehabilitation and regeneration, regenerative farming methodologies. There's a diverse range of what is traditionally called rural land uses and are often overlooked in terms of their value and employment and research opportunities. There's value in considering those as part of this package as well. Some of those might not be able to happen on a mine site in the time frame that we're looking for to achieve that seamless transition of one job out, one job in. I think we would be naive to think that we'd be able to achieve that on every single mine site. But what I've reflected on in the course of my various roles is that there is an influence of mining that exists outside that red line boundary. If we take the Upper Hunter, for example, the entanglement of the Upper Hunter wine district with the Upper Hunter mines is a great case study. I had a project where I was involved in interviewing several of the vignerons and other rural producers that are located up there, and they're waiting for mining operations to cease and have investment plans in their properties post that period. A lot of them, interestingly enough, are families who also work in the mining industry. So when I say in my submission that mining is entangled in the Hunter region, it genuinely is. So why should we be necessarily trying to expedite or fast track activities on a mine site when they could potentially be then further stifling opportunities or delaying opportunities in the fabric around it. So the multi-stakeholder approach that needs to happen here needs to include communities, adjoining sites, and we should open up our eyes to opportunities that exist in the widest possible sense and not just on the former mining assets or the former mining lands.
So when you mean the widest possible sense, you mean effectively not just even the direct adjoining areas, but for the townships and the like that, might not be necessarily a great tourist destination if you drive through an open cut mine, for instance.
True. And yet a lot of these areas do hold a level of tourism nevertheless. And like I say, we've got touring researchers that are coming here effectively
studying.
Exactly, yeah, just to study and look at the mines. Sure, I mean, I had a great conversation with some colleagues around what do we mean when we say post-mining land use, and you could interview 20 different people in the Hunter and you would get 20 different versions of what it means to them. If you interviewed a cafe owner on Singleton High Street, what does post-mining land use look like to you? They would talk to you about what a different customer base would need to be for them to survive. So this is something that can't just be trying to expedite or make most opportunity just off of mine sites. It needs to be a whole of community sort of exercise.
You've also talked about some of the duplication in the process, and part of it in your evidence to my colleague Sue Higginson was with respect to different sites effectively, going and reinventing the wheel when you could have effectively a database or some sort of common planning assumptions or that underpin some of that work. But I imagine some of the duplication you speak about is in terms of approval pathways and duplications that I think we might hear further on from some of our witnesses later today. Are there any specific ones that sort of stick out to you that could be easily streamlined?
Look, I'll probably defer to those who've been involved in the development approval space. I guess one of the benefits of focusing on strategic land use planning is I get to avoid DAs. But I do get to hear a lot from proponents of development applications when pulling together land use planning policies or strategic land use plans. There are issues that will come up through the DA process. And that will obviously have, there'll be multiple consultant reports that obviously need to support various applications, and I'm sure that there's duplication in that sense. But there will also be issues that happen outside of a development approval process. And this is probably taking your question further than where you expected it to go or wanted it to go.
Appreciate that. That's fine.
But another issue with the way that the strategic planning framework is set out, or the statutory planning framework rather, is that we have the state level environmental planning policies, and then we've got local environmental plans that are the product of councils. And the state environmental policies will override council's efforts in that space. What that means is that sometimes land use permissibility can be taken out of the hands of the land use zones that have been set by council, and we can make things permissible either through a separate DA process or without a DA process altogether. So a lot of the code and exempt developments, code complying and exempt developments that occur through a state environmental planning policy could, and some already do, have the potential to allow development to occur on a mine site, but not on the adjoining site. And that may be at odds with the wine next door to where the renewable energy transmission lines or other infrastructure is being put next door. And what gets missed out here is things like scenic characteristics, scenic values, visual impacts, and they can often be at odds at the approval stage about whose priorities take precedent, or they may never be considered through an approval process at all. So in that respect, I share some frustrations with other strategic planners in this space, which is that we could do a lot of very good work to work with communities to identify what it is that they want to see, and that can often be completely overridden or never taken into account in an approval or development without approval sort of processes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder at the start whether I could ask, you mentioned in your submission about a key project initiated by the CSIRO in partnership with UQ and the University of Newcastle, whether it would be possible for us, given your strong recommendation that we request a briefing. I
Yes.
wondered if that would be something you'd be happy to take on notice and
Absolutely.
liaise with our secretariat about providing details of. Thank you. In terms of the synoptic plan for 1999 that you've provided that picture of, and it not being fully implemented, what were the key barriers to its implementation?
It's a hard one for me to answer in full. So one of my first role when I moved to the Hunter to Newcastle was as the manager of regional planning for the then New South Wales Planning and Infrastructure Agency. I think there were several names while I was there.
Yep.
At the time, it was a reference document that was cited in the Upper Hunter Strategic Regional Land Use Plan. And so it was one of those documents that has 134 different actions or thereabouts for various parts of government to take forward. And I believe one of those actions was, to utilize what was set out in that synoptic plan as an underpinning for planning going forward. When I requested a copy of that plan, it was very difficult to source, even from within a government agency, and there could be a whole range of reasons for that. To be fair, it was produced in 1999, and so whether the time frame and sequential plans that had existed between then and the one that I was grappling with, we lost touch with what the detail of that plan looked like. And I was also told that a lot of the elements of it had already been included into the Upper Hunter Strategic Regional Land Use Plan, and therefore, in that way, parts of it had already been implemented. I have never gone back and compared one with the other to see which parts were carried forward and which ones weren't. But by the time we got to the final Hunter Regional Plan, the version before the one that's there now, the reference to that document had disappeared.
You touched on this a bit earlier, but how do you believe that, moving forward, we can address these sorts of issues in the current and future planning efforts, the Hunter Regional Plan 2041?
I think going back to my previous statement about, not just letting the production of a plan as a document be the final win. I think our definition of success in this case really needs to be the establishment of a culture and a vehicle for ongoing planning. We're at a time where there is considerable amount of change happening on every front that influences this effort. And not just in terms of, how long will mining continue, what will it look like as it continues, who's going to be the last one standing, how do we overlay a new renewables economy on top of this, what does the future of work in the general sense look like, how do we ensure that young people have opportunities to move forward. I mean, these are things that keep people up at night, and they are things that don't have a definitive answer. So if we think that our definition of success is to go back and recreate something like the 1999 synoptic plan, we'll end up in the same way that it's ended up, which is it was great and people bought into it, and it didn't find the hook that it needed to be resourced or implemented in full going forward, and someone will be searching for our document in another 25 years. So I think in respect to your question, it would be to sort of revert to a more adaptive planning or a sequential planning program that is resourced to continue and can be that single source of information for common assumptions, baseline information. And that way, when we're starting out and having to think about each individual site in a new way, we have a starting point to jump from or a common platform to jump from.
In terms of approval pathways and site relinquishment, you highlight in your submissions the sort of complexities and inefficiencies that exist in the overlapping approval process under the Mining Act and the Planning Act. Could you provide examples of best practice or a streamlined approach from other jurisdictions that might inform improvements that we could make in the process?
I can take that on notice. I can provide examples of sort of international frameworks that try and get us towards what they call a merit assessment approach, and I think I've even annotated that. Yeah, merit-based access to land on that first figure.
Yeah.
I guess the trouble I see in the approval space is that anyone who's ever done project management and you're familiar with the term critical path, which means that something has to stop in order for the next thing to begin. So right now, if you look at that figure 1, where we pick up on how do we find an alternative use for this mine site is at the point of relinquishment, or very close to that point of relinquishment. There's a few problems with that. The first, and I'm sure that you'll hear this from the next time slot, the first is that very few mines ever actually achieve full relinquishment.
Yes.
There can be partial relinquishment. I think if you look at the S&P database, globally, the fraction of mines anywhere in the world that actually get to that stage is minuscule. So again, if we set out to try and make sure that every mine site everywhere that's operating now is fully relinquished and transferred across, we're setting ourselves up to fail. I mean, go bold, that's great, but manage expectations in that space. What these international frameworks attempt to do is to provide guiding principles that allow, on merit, certain uses to be introduced prior to the relinquishment. To get us to that stage where we can have a framework that works that way, there's a whole process first. I mean, we need to understand what the risk is that the regulator is trying to manage. We need to understand what types of uses potentially could be inheriting what types of risks, and that will inevitably be site by site sort of variability. But we can only but try, right? So the international framework that I'm referring to, I believe, has actually been adopted at a federal level, and it's kind of been up to the states to apply it. So I'd have to do a bit of extra work to look at how and when that's been applied, but I think it's something that the committee worth you guys examining.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's very interesting and helpful. You mentioned also and touched on it earlier about repository of data for final land use plans. And we have heard through the inquiry about some of the challenges that the inability to access that information poses. How would you envisage that information being compiled and utilised by different stakeholders? And indeed, what challenges do you see in us being able to pull together that information? And how can we overcome those challenges?
I think this is an easy fix, which is why I put it in the submission, right? So there's already something called, I think it's called the Mine Closure Portal, which is on the mining regulator's website. At the moment, from what I understand, and this is through conversations with various government agencies, at the moment, every mining company is required to submit their information in GIS format to the regulator. So that information, as far as I'm aware, already exists. I can't comment on the reason for it not being available now. I mean, there's a whole range of reasons why it isn't, but there has been a public promise to make that information available. So I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be made available, but I certainly see the committee being able to influence that happening sooner.
Recommendation.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Before I forget, I'm going to pass to my colleague online, Ms. Abigail Boyd, who I believe has a couple of questions also.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to you, Ms. Betzel, for coming along and giving us the benefit of your expertise. It's been a pleasure to listen to your answers. I'm just wondering, at the end of your submission, you talk about how we need to basically not repeat the mistakes of the past. And you talk about, as we're moving into, new renewables projects, that so you say there are important learnings in post-mining land use considerations that would be transferable to the emerging new energy market. Can you talk us through what those lessons are and I guess how we can be planning better to not make those mistakes again?
Absolutely. I think the first figure, and I believe you've been provided with a copy online. I don't know.
I haven't seen it yet, but
okay. I think the first figure is relevant insofar as the same stages that a mine site goes through, a renewables project will ultimately go through, but to a much different time frame, right? So a solar farm, from what I understand, its lifespan, rather than the 2 to 100 year operational span that's shown here for mining, it could be 10 to 50 years. So there's an opportunity in that case for us to not get a full generational disconnect or multi-generational disconnect between when the thing starts and when the thing ends. And so taking lessons from what we've missed out in terms of opportunities from mining and putting that into how we plan for and support renewable energy projects to be delivered, I think would be absolutely a no-brainer from my perspective to help support communities. And on top of that, it's worth recognizing that in many cases, the mining affected communities that we're trying to support now will also be the renewables affected communities in the future. And so there's a justice point there, I think, that should come through pretty clearly.
Thank you. I've been sort of travelling around and seeing different councils who are, either facilitating new wind or solar projects or have sort of looking at how they're approving those projects and getting them on board. And what I'm hearing is that there's a real sort of ad hoc approach to each council having to sort of deal independently with a proponent of those projects and not each of them seem to be making up the way forward as they go along. So whether it's, working out what to do with huge numbers of people coming in for the construction phase, but then leaving again once the project is up and running and only leaving a few people behind, or it's where do you house those people when they're first coming in, those sorts of planning issues, and then also the discussion of what community benefit scheme is put in place. It seems like they're all acting kind of independently. Do you think that there is, given the pace of change and the pace that these things are moving at, that this committee could also perhaps recommend a greater level of transparency or some other sort of portal, I guess, for sharing those sorts of experiences as we're moving forward?
Sure. I think the key thing there is to ensure that local government is allowed to retain its autonomy in that space. I think the best thing that we can do when we see multiple stakeholders or agencies trying to pull in the same direction is to point out that they're all pulling in the same direction and that perhaps they should share their insights and their knowledge. There is great benefit in coming together on an annual basis to reflect on learnings. There's communities of practice that could be established. Again, in this space, there'll be niche specialisms that might need to be supported or shared. One of the events that we held with the Institute for Regional Futures involved bringing together stakeholders from the Gladstone area with the Latrobe Valley area. And reflecting on what were the commonalities and the differences between what's happening here in the Hunter and those other regions. And while there were huge variabilities in terms of the timeframes that they were needing to deal with, the communities, the resources that they had available to them, it was all common intentions and similar outcomes that we were striving for. And just the benefit of stakeholders, number one, realizing that they're not alone in that space, and number two, hearing from others about what they'd tried and what worked and what didn't work. It helps to keep the momentum and the enthusiasm and the scope of imagining what is possible alive. And I think that's important, particularly when you're talking about issues that mean that whole communities are going to lose what they thought that their future looked like. And like I said at the start, this is often a very high stakes sort of issue to deal with.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might just sneak in with a cheeky last question. Is that all right, colleagues? Yes, wonderful. Thank you. Regarding legacy sites and their potential, you note that there are obviously several historical and abandoned mine sites that aren't fully documented, but could be valuable for urban expansion. What strategies or methodologies would you recommend for mapping these legacy sites, and what criteria should be used to guide decisions about bringing them back to a more purposeful use?
Sure. As far as I know, in the course of trying to find a lot of this information out, there's a couple of online sources. There's a base atlas from mining which has been the key source for me to find where the historical mines actually exist. There was a former New South Wales government website called Common Ground that mapped out where all the titles were. That was decommissioned a couple of years ago, and my understanding is the intent is for this new portal to be taking its place. There's a government GIS portal called SEED, S-E-E-D. I don't know what the acronym stands for. They would hold a wealth of information that might be useful in this space. I think bringing it together in the first instance to just find out what the scale of mine affected or mining activity affected locations look like would be good. Where you go from there really is a piece of string. Each individual council will know what potentially might be an advantageous location for them to undergo more detailed mapping. But the problem with legacy sites, and again, where did the 1999 plan go? Some of these may never have been approved in the first place, depending on when we started, and others may have been approved so long ago that the archives are just not reachable or not available. So to get to the point where we can fully understand and have detailed mapping of every risk and every type of historical land use on these legacy sites would be a very costly exercise. So there would need to be some sort of prioritization process to decide which sites were worth investigating further and which sites we can just leave as is.
And a final one from me. I've learnt from the very best, Ms. Higginson. Given your experience and your observations, are there specific actions or structural changes that you believe are necessary to strengthen that leadership and regional coordination and governmental coordination to effectively manage the transition to post-mining land use in the Hunter?
Sure, and I know that there's been a lot of discussion in previous hearings and segments about the transition authorities and the authority models that are coming out. I see those as being absolutely essential to have a single point of contact. You've also heard from a lot of the councils here in the Hunter, which I think exemplify leadership in the local government space, like Macquarie, Singleton, Muswellbrook, for example, really have gone far above and beyond what their statutory remit is to find best outcomes for their communities. I think they've taken it as far as they possibly can from a local government perspective. So structurally, there needs to be some point of coordination with it at the state level, and that needs to be, in my opinion, a single point of coordination. At the moment, there's probably, you could probably name nearly every agency.
We heard 16 government departments.
Yes, and I'm sure that if you continued to scratch, you'd find more. But it just shows, I guess, the extent to which mining and post-mining futures are essentially the fabric of a place. So if there is a way of not necessarily introducing or duplicating anything that agencies are already doing, but a forum that allows for that coordination and genuinely allows for individual councils and other stakeholders in this process to have a seat at that table, I think would be a fantastic outcome.
Thank you. That is all we have time for today. In terms of questions that were taken on notice, our committee secretariat will be in touch with you in terms of answers to those. We thank you so much again for making time to give evidence to the inquiry and for your submission. Much appreciated. Thank you. Welcome, and thank you to our next inquiry participant for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask you to start by stating your name and position title, and then taking either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. So my name's Tony Palmer. I'm the founder and CEO of Black Rock Motor Resort, and I will take an oath. I swear that the evidence I'm about to give, to be given by me, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Absolutely. I'd love to. Thank you very much. And thanks for your time and focus on what I think is probably one of the most important issues, certainly in our backyard at the moment.
We agree.
It's also great to have a platform where I can share some knowledge. And that's my interest in the inquiry here, is to say, look, I'm on the front line. I've probably pioneered not talking about doing something on a former mining site, but actually doing it. And I hope by sharing some of those experiences, certainly drawing them out in the form of questions, will help light a bit of a pathway to areas for learning and focus. I think, for the record, I just want to state that the vision for Black Rock Motor Resort actually was quite simple. It was just to build a world-class facility where people who like motoring can come and share their passion. And when thinking about what that use looks like, think more like a ski resort or a golf resort. And imagine if you were pioneering the first ski resort in an alpine region, imagine the regulatory framework that you'd have to work within to try and get something like that up and running when you don't have, I guess, a pathway to follow. So that just frames a little bit of the background about what a big deal this actually is to be not just doing something on a former mine site, but doing what I'm doing. It's at a planning level is probably a level 11 out of 10. Just to give some background, so I searched all around Australia for a site to do this, and had a couple of prerequisites. It had to be near a population, significant population, near transport infrastructure, near a region that was undergoing some sort of transformation, and that meant transformation in terms of job platform. So we're looking at economies that are moving towards more of a professional services trajectory, and that's moving away from primary production through a tertiary industry of tourism predominantly. And look, Lake Macquarie came out trumps, and it just was a bit of luck, to be honest, that we found the site that we did at Lake Macquarie. It's a unicorn. I won't deny. It's this is whatever I share today has to be taken in context of. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach. This is really about trying to understand a process, and trying to understand how an individual site sits within a community, sits within a greater region, sits within a state, and sits within the country. And I think nothing really can be assessed on merit without looking at the bigger picture and also zooming in on some of the process issues. And one of the issues that we wanted to focus on was, I guess, finding the site in October 2015. The very first person I appointed was a gentleman called Stephen Barr from Barr Property and Planning at the time. He's a town planner by trade, and the first port of call was to come and meet council and see if there was a strategic alignment with the vision of the city and whether a motorsport recreation facility was actually going to fit within the vision of the city. So forget the state framework that sat within. It's a super important thing to understand that if the city hadn't clearly identified tourism, and in particular adventure tourism, as something that was on their strategic pathway, I was prepared to walk away from it right there and then, which I'd done at many occasions at other councils in many other states. If it's not a fit, that's it. It was over. So we had strategic alignment. We went through a DA process, which I'll save the details on that, but we effectively submitted 2 whole DAs. None of the issues that were raised at that level related to the post-mining land use or the use of it on an old mine. We were just being assessed under the LEP, under the DA. So there's no consideration really given other than, look, yes, it has subsidence issues. Everything within this region, it's pretty standard. But in terms of the process that we found ourselves in after receiving DA approval, in May 2019 was the untrodden path of mine lease relinquishment. And that was our blind spot, was my blind spot. I took for granted that what I was told was it was pretty much a formality to go through a mine closure process. Certainly getting an ESF2 sign-off, getting a level of sign-off from the regulator that says the land is safe, stable and non-polluting and has been returned to the state that it was identified in the mine closure plan is seemingly a more well-identified pathway. Taking the next step beyond that, from ESF2 to a full relinquishment of the lease, not so much. And I think, look, I've heard various stories about this might be the first time in 70 years that this has happened. You know, when you're talking about multi-generational frameworks that have been around for a long time and nobody knows how to deal with them, that creates a lot of blind spots on everybody's radar, both from a developer's perspective and also from a regulatory authority's perspective when it comes to assessing the merit of applications. The biggest issue I found was that the resource regulator was not an authority that was identified as part of the integrated development application process. There was, unlike subsidence advisory, who have a seat at the table, the regulator really didn't feature anywhere. But in the end, it became the thing that stalled the project for the best part of 4 years. And that was in part because, look, the mining company weren't resourced. Nobody was really aware of what needed to be done. So it was a bit of test and learn along the journey. And I think the position and the relationship between them, this is an observer, purely independent. I'm not from the mining industry, and I'm certainly not advocating that I know the answers to all this. But seeing how the legacy relationship between the regulator and the mining company, which is very much I'd say adversarial approach. It's very. They don't sit on the same side of the table. That's the point. And I think what we came to as a conclusion was the way to solve some of these bigger problems was to actually walk around from the other side of the table and sit together and actually work out where we're heading, see if we're aligned with the goal, and then start to try and make the pathway work together. And that's what I saw. And I think to one of Amanda's points about this single point of contact and some ability to bring together at a very senior agency level, when you're in uncharted waters, that really made the difference. It really got a couple of heads together in the room and said, right, you know what? We both don't know what the answer is here, or we all don't know what the answer is. Let's work it out together. Now, we're not trying to create something out of nothing. There are frameworks that we're working within, and we have to work within those frameworks. Well, that's understood, but we needed, a bit like the DA process, we effectively worked in a concierge service relationship with the council, where we all had so many questions, unanswered questions from both sides, that what worked really well was we had a single point of contact and we sat down and we literally knocked over each red flag as they came up. Every single problem was jointly solved. It wasn't, okay, well, here's a problem, you go away and solve it, or give us your best answer, and then we'll come and mark your exam paper and see whether you did well or not. You'd probably add another 8 years to the process if that's the way we worked. And on that, I mean, I've said this before, like I've done a double master's degree in patience on this process. And, you know, in writing my dissertation on it, it would be that, you know, we can all do a lot better. And when I say a lot better can be quantified by focusing on problems and not being afraid to lean into the problems and actually really sit down and identify what it is that we're solving. Because unless you know what you're solving, it's all rhetoric. It all comes to a whole lot of hot air and a whole lot of chit-chat. Lots of well-meaning ideas are shared, but it doesn't help the doers do. The doers need to do in order to make things real. I really hope somebody else is right behind me wanting to do something on a bit of mining land, but I can tell you right now, the inertia of the flywheel, if we don't have a win quickly off the back of this and accelerate what we're already doing, it's going to wither and die. And people will lose faith at all levels. So I think we have a great opportunity to peg, and it's not very far away. You know, we're talking about probably the biggest economic transition of a region or an economy in Australian history, really, for the next 30 years, at least. Now, I've already done nearly 10 years. 30 is not a long time. And a lot of people get to think that far in advance, but I really want to impress on everybody and thank everybody for their attention in this inquiry, because what comes out of it is going to affect the next 30, 50, 70, 100 years in the future of what could be a transitional moment, not just for the region of the Hunter, but for New South Wales to really take a leadership role as a state and show the rest of the country that we do think about the future, because like it or not, mining's not going anywhere. We have to embrace it, and we have to work out a better way to do it. And we have to work out a better way to transition from an economically productive, royalty-generating industry into something that may not be royalty generating, but look, if we can create taxpayers and we can create new jobs in new industries and help support the transition of the economies that are going to be left behind when the mines are closed, then I hope that's the legacy that we get to leave behind. That's a long introduction. I just wanted to finish just by saying, look, the question to focus on is, why did this take so long? And honestly, it's really simple. It's just about understanding the planning framework that we sit within. It's already well documented. Trying to find some efficiencies in that is not about trying to recreate a planning framework. It's not trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater. It's just trying to find where those little hurdles were and try and find whether it's a people fix or whether it's a process fix. I think that's where I'd zero in on the attention for the learnings. And I just want to close by saying that the incentive needs to be brought into focus as well. The incentive for the mining company to actually go through with the full relinquishment process is very little. It's very resource intensive. There's not a lot of a win for them other than reputational gain. I think we've proved that the reputational gain out of a positive post-mining land use has been good. But the issue for a lowly little developer trying to have a crack is that we had a pathway in the previous government. We had a regional job creation fund. We had a regional development fund. They were grants. We were told to go and submit. We basically ticked all the boxes. We spent about $400,000 putting these submissions together, and both of the funds just disappeared. Now, we don't need the funds to make this work, but what it does is it brings these jobs online a hell of a lot quicker, because what we're facing now is when you're looking at financing a project on former mining land, everyone's got a bit of a smell about it. It's like, well, this is all a bit risky. It's not. It's quantifiable risk. It's engineering risk. It's environmental risk. It's all the risk frameworks that we have to be assessed under through a DA process. And what would be super helpful, whether it's from the royalties for rejuvenation or whether there's a sovereign fund somewhere that we can access in terms of, look, at the best it's a grant. In the middle, it's probably a government-backed loan, or at the very least, it's some sort of guarantor to a loan from a bank. Now, the banks want to do business. They're open. They want to work with us, but there is no precedent for going out and borrowing money against a post-mining piece of land and turning it into what we're turning it into. So that's really sort of the spectrum of all the things that we're dealing with at the moment. This is still happening. We're doing it no matter what. We're going to be open for business in June 26. What I'd love to see is lessons learned and also accelerate bringing this thing forward, because the momentum's there. We just got to be careful not to lose it. That is my long introduction. I'm sorry.
Thank you. It was very helpful, and as someone that also is kept up at night thinking about this sort of stuff, a lot of it resonated quite well with me. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. You mentioned in your opening statement about incentives and the lack of incentives, particularly in that, those final stages, you say, between the ESF2 and the actual relinquishment. Have you got suggestions for us as to, apart from obviously the need to do something about it, is there anything that you think would actually help? Look,
I think for the incentive at that point is really for the mining company to have the guts to push it forward. If that is, so I don't know what that incentive is, to be honest, from the mining company's perspective. For us, just having a clearer pathway forward there is no real incentive at that point for us to do anything more other than, I guess, be able to get on with the project while it's still undergoing the formal relinquishment stage of the process. So if ESF2 is a trigger point where we're able to then get on site and there's sort of some transitional use of the land where we can get on and develop it, I'll give you the example. So if we'd received ESF2 sign-off and we're able to get on and start doing our development, which is approved through the DA process, while we're waiting for the final relinquishment paperwork to be done, and there was no penalty for the mining company, letting us get on their land or us getting on there, then we'd be 4 years ahead from where we are right now.
4 years.
Yeah.
So this is what, to the previous witnesses' sort of comments and the lovely helpful diagram around the merit-based access to land. So in your case, that would have saved, you'd be 4 years ahead.
Yeah. So think of it as, so if you can either have a mining company sit around and do care and maintenance for 20 years, or you can have an approved future use, which allows and considers the approved future use, whether it's an environmental outcome, social or an economic outcome. Development's then able to come in and accelerate that program while still achieving a full sign-off, full relinquishment of the lease. And I don't know what the answer is to that. Honestly, it's really just about accelerating the development process, while also considering that, are you going to get a better outcome handing over the care and maintenance program to the future developer of the land under a land management plan or a operational management plan or a mine closure, part of the mine closure plan, some sort of there's got to be a tool in the toolbox there somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not a planner by trade, so I don't know what that is.
No, nor am I, but I can see what you're saying would make some level of sense to planning brain. Yeah. In terms of the understanding the framework and finding efficiencies as you spoke about earlier, and understanding why it took so long, I understand that you are undertaking some work to possibly look at that with the University of Newcastle. Did you want to talk briefly to that? And sure. I would also love it if it's possible, if you can share the results of that with the committee.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I was pretty well aware from the get-go that we're pioneering something here, and I always just think it's good to just document as you go, a bit like a journal. This has been a long period of time, so in order to accurately reflect on the past and really document the processes and the learnings, I engaged Newcastle University to conduct I guess a double-pronged approach. One was a post-analysis of the process that's led us to date, and also put a stake in the ground and say, let's do a longitudinal future case study of what economic, social and environmental outcomes are going to happen because of this project. So Professor Roberta Roberts is heading that up from the Institute of Regional Futures, and we've literally just kicked this process off. I'd love to share that information with you. I'm doing it to be open source. This is information that I want to share publicly, because I think there's, like I said before, we can do better, and on all fronts, we can do better, I can do better, and I think just sharing that information is going to help generate conversation around areas of expertise that we all individually have, but collectively can benefit from if we take it as a learning exercise. One of the areas of duplication or inefficiency that I'm sort of facing right now is the ESF2 and relinquishment process assesses, the regulator assesses the land against safe, stable and non-polluting measures. Now they've achieved that outcome. I'm now finding myself back at the table with the Subsidence Advisory Board, effectively having the same discussions that they would have had, that the mining company would have had with the regulator around safety, stability and non-pollution. And I've got to go and do a whole bunch of extra work. I've actually got to go and drill at great expense hundreds of drill holes on the site to prove its safety, its stability, and the fact it's non-polluting. Now, I feel like that's duplication in the extreme. It's very slow. It's a very painstaking process. I mean, it's important work for us to do in terms of the design of what we're building, whether it's a built form building or whether it's the road or the track. Totally get that you've got to do your geotech work on that, but finding ourselves having philosophical arguments around what ifs and maybes rather than definitive outcomes, which have satisfied one state government department in the resource regulator. So it'd be great if they were able to share that information with Subsidence Advisory, so at least there is some data. Because at the moment, Subsidence Advisory are in the dark as well.
Why is that not shared?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's
it's a simple one, but it's like it's just, and look, it's because it's not a well-defined process, right? I mean, it's not really not sitting here pointing fingers of blame at anybody.
No.
It's really just saying, hey, here's a great example of why don't we all just sit around the table together and assess this together, because we could probably accelerate months of to and fro, and that's one of a few small examples. The other is infrastructure. You know, this is a site that we've got to bring water in. We've got to connect to Hunter Water, which we want to do. It's about a 2 kilometre run of pipe. Right. It's about $2.5 million worth of infrastructure that we will build, that we would love to give the benefit to the local community who've never been on town water, the ability to connect to that. Yeah. Now, nowhere is there any remote bit of help that can make that happen. So little bits of infrastructure like that, that's something that sits outside of any framework. It's a condition of consent for us, and that's fine, and we take it on board and we'll do that. But again, if there's another lens to look at it through, it's like, well, okay, what's the future planning? What's the corridor looking like? Are we going to have houses connected into this in the future? Is there and again, this is that concierge. It's just, you find yourself having these helicopter conversations and then diving down into the detail, and it's like, is nobody looking at what's going on right on our back doorstep? Adjoining properties, for instance, was mentioned. What infrastructure are on the adjoining properties? Is there a way of tapping into that? There's a lot that happens both at a state level that was really, like I said, wasn't part of the planning pathway, but have found myself having to do what I can to learn how some of those regulatory bodies operate. And other than, being an annoying daily phone call for 4.5 years to the mining company saying, how are you going? What are you doing? How are you going? What's happening? There aren't really any other levers to pull or any other places to go to get answers or help. And to the credit of the team at Lake Macquarie Council, I think Amanda mentioned this as well, they go above and beyond their remit because they care about what's happening in their region. They care about the facilities and the services they're going to bring to their community. And I think that's the lens you've got to look at this stuff through. Is like, how's this going to benefit the greater good, not just an individual developer? I'm not sitting here it's not all just for me. There's going to be a lot of good that comes out for the greater community in this. Yeah.
I'll pass to one of my colleagues now. Scott Farlow.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, both for having us on site and showing us around, and for being here today and sharing us your wisdom as a pioneer, so to speak. I've got to say, with all these challenges, why persist? What's the benefit? Why wouldn't you go and look at another site?
Yeah, really good question. So I think because I could see a way through, I think persistence is really was garnered just by not ever believing that no is an answer that you need to accept. I think it's the same with anything that's, a framework or otherwise. It's there to be challenged and it's there to be tested. And as long as you believe that there is a reasonable pathway forward and it's going to be a reasonable outcome, then there's no reason why you wouldn't keep pushing on. And honestly, there wasn't a better site. I can't think of a better set of circumstances and location, everything. It's the one. Like it's like, why do you get married? It's because it's the one, right? Like that's when you know. And look, that's also just part of my personality. I just don't, once I've got...
You don't take no for an answer?
Well, I take no for an answer, but I take no as an opportunity.
Yeah.
Like that's the difference.
As my kids say, a further discussion point, yeah.
Absolutely. As my kids say, when it's hard, it's difficult, Dad.
Now, with respect to that, and with no disrespect to your wife or other partner in this regard, but I guess for some, they would come to these sites and they would go, it's all just too hard, I'm going to look to do what I want on an alternative location, which I guess goes back to that point in terms of an incentive in the market. So you've outlined two grants, the regional job creation grant, and was it the regional
development fund?
Regional development fund grants, which you invested $400,000 in and are no longer available. How much were you seeking to get from both of those programs?
We were seeking, I think it was around 20 million all up, and that was over a staged period, and that was that's the number that, I mean, we've invested that ourselves in the end, so it's not that it wasn't going to happen, but that accelerated, it basically brought the entire project forward, and we demonstrated very clearly in the submissions that if we spend that now versus spend it over a 12-month period, so if we can spend it within a 3-month period, we can bring on basically half the jobs.
You can create jobs tomorrow rather than in 2026, effectively.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I literally had a call last night with someone. I said, look, can't bring you on until middle of next year. They're like, but you said this. I said, I know, but unfortunately we have to stage our development now that we're still on track for 2026, but I can't bring the team on. So we're just, the small team's working a lot harder and doing the heavy lifting when we should really have a bigger team on site right now. But
And with respect to, have you gotten any government funding to support you in this project?
Zero.
No. And are there any incentives for either you or for, it was a Yancoal site?
Yep.
Either any incentives for either you or them in being able to have this exciting opportunity for the community?
I think Yancoal would admit that if I just went away, they would have been happy.
Especially if you're calling them every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, the two people in particular who copped the most phone calls, I have to give them credit for their persistence and their perseverance, because without their determination, it wouldn't have happened either. So credit where credit's due. They did get it going forward. I think that the challenge was it really wasn't clear about what they had to do. And until, I guess, looking at the industry, you say, well, how many mining companies have mine closure and mine transition experts or roles within their business? Probably very few. I mean, there's a lot of ecology, there's a lot of, but it's somebody who has both the ability to think future and think now, and also create a pathway and a project plan and a clear set of outcomes, and have the ability to communicate clearly with the agencies about what their intentions are, and effectively help the agencies do their job. Because it doesn't help anybody when you're dealing, I mean, for any level of agency, if you're a proponent sitting on the other side, the best thing you can do is try and help them do their job. Give them what they need. Don't throw something over the fence and say, hey, go and assess it and tell me how it did. That's unfortunately a bit of a legacy of how I've seen certainly on the development side. There's a bit of that.
Yep.
Let's test the process. Let's test it as just throw it over and see what happens. That's no way to learn. That's just a slow way to burn money. So I think there's a bit to be said for. I mean, I'll give you an example. The first meeting that we had with Roberta and the team, we had a representative from the regulator, we had CEO of the council, we had the planner who worked on the project, we had a representative from Yancoal, and we had a representative from the environmental ecologist who's helped Yancoal achieve their sign-off. And just those heads around a table, you knew something special was happening, because they don't get together. Like, they're never in the same room together, those groups of people. And when we clearly identified some of the challenges and the blockages, we were able to start making decisions that they might not get enacted straight away, but it gave us a hit list. It was like, wow, if we focus on these 3 areas, like reduce duplication, increase communication or centralised communication, and find a common incentive language or platform that works across both development, industry and government, then we might get somewhere pretty quickly. We're not talking decades away, we're not talking years. I mean, we can do this stuff like right now. It's happening right now. I'm living it right now. Between meetings with banks about, interesting finance packages, to being able to present at a forum like this, it's happening. It's not going away. It's just going to accelerate. So it's an exciting time to be bringing smart people together and trying to solve problems together.
And now, Mr. Palmer, you made the comment that every site is different, and I guess every future use is different as well. You can't really have just a cookie cutter model, one size fits all, because not everyone's going to be doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
But what are some of the things that you think would be common across anyone who was looking to reuse a former mining site and have an adaptive use into the future? What are some of those hurdles that you think we should be focusing on as a committee in our recommendations?
I definitely think government should not be coming up with the ideas for the future use of the sites. They are not the visionaries. They are part of the planning framework, and I say that with all seriousness because I've had people say maybe we should come up with the plan. It's like, no, let the market come up with a plan. The market will tell you exactly what the plan is. I think having, especially some of these legacy sites where they've got, like I said, we're a unicorn. We're an old underground coal mine. It's got a long history, long documented history of its use. Some of these bigger open cut swathes, you're going to have to get a community involved. You're going to have to get some visionaries involved. When I say visionaries, people that have incentive, whether it's economic incentive through business opportunities, or whether it's incentive through their role as a placemaker or as a community leader or as a community advocate. There's a lot of opportunity to get people together to share ideas. The first thing that kills creativity is process and
Government
politics.
loves process, yeah.
Process and politics is the death of creativity. So I think how do you? That's a question. Bigger question is how do you facilitate some of these environments, and how do you workshop these future uses? With a developer hat on, it's easy because it has an economic feasibility that you have to measure against. Is it feasible? Is it not? I think for some of the sites that are going to effectively become community services, or effectively handed back to the community in the form of a recreation park or parklands or whatever it is. Just use a really simple case study of the skate park, economically not very feasible. Amazing community service. They get all the kids off the streets. It becomes a community focal point for the youth. I think you've got to look at the things in different lenses. If it's a future economically productive development site, there's a different framework to look through versus something that's going to be a community service-based handback. The common thread with all of this is looking at what point this land is effectively considered safe, stable, non-polluting and ready to be put into its future use. So the approvals process for the regulator, incredibly difficult job, very, very hard piece of work. I call it the Rubik's Cube. You get one piece of one side right and it throws the entire rest of the cube out, and you're constantly chasing these sides. And that's the pioneering piece of this. I've literally given a presentation using a Rubik's Cube and shown how easy it is to break what you think is right on one side of the cube. It's very, very quickly you can throw out the other side. So at what point of that regulatory sign-off process is the right time to start talking about future use? Is it at the end of that process, or is it now, before it's even been embarked on? Amanda touched on it. It's like if you wait until the end, we're going to be long gone, and the opportunity to be long gone.
And I think we were advised by one witness at least that 7 years is probably minimum before closure, and maybe about 10 years is probably optimum in that sense.
Yeah, and you can do a lot in that period between effectively operational closure, so non-productivity.
Yeah.
So the point at which it's no longer a productive site, which then goes into the care and maintenance or the rehab stage. Some of that rehab, I mean, I can plant trees, I can prune trees, we can keep pests and weed out. I don't need a mining company to do that. Probably do it a lot cheaper and better. But then it would allow us to get on with developing.
But are there other things you couldn't do that a mining company has to do from your experience on this side, or?
Not really.
Okay.
There's nothing.
We just heard, sorry, if I can.
We
just heard evidence about, if you had a 400 hectare void with ongoing serious water management issues, including regulation.
Yep.
So you've got to do releases and all of that sort of thing. You would have to actually become a water expert manager. Is that something that you wouldn't probably contemplate?
Well, I wouldn't become the expert. I would find the expert and employ them. And that's a land management plan. So that becomes contingent on your ability to develop, is you have to effectively something like putting it on covenant, on title. It's like you have to undertake that you are going to do these steps. That's then only a risk an individual will be able to assess. Am I prepared to take on the risk of water management? Or am I prepared to take on the risk of revegetation or grouting or any of the other things that they need to do?
And is it in the public interest that gets handed over to an entirely different entity that was not the one? You've got those kind of considerations, I suppose, and we're on very new territory.
We are, and look, it's easy for me to sit here and say, of course, that's a good idea, but we do know that some people are going to take advantage of those situations, and you just have to have the framework or the regulations that basically there's penalties if you don't do it. Something's going to happen, right?
And did you say at some point that what was the considerations around? Was it something to do with the fit and proper person, or is that something that you had to contemplate in terms of, or did it not coincide with the mining lease obligations?
You can't hand over a mining lease to somebody who's not a miner. So that's the issue. There is no pathway of transition of effectively a production mining lease. If there was a transitional lease which is like non-productive, so the mining company could still effectively be the leaseholder, but it's now no longer productive. It's no longer bound by the same sort of industrial policy and laws of a productive mine. One of the concerns from the mining company was, look, if you come on site and something happens to you, we can shut down our entire mining operation, because effectively we're still governed by the Mining Act. Now we challenge that, but that's not necessarily as woo-woo as it sounds. You can manage those risks, but there is nothing between a mining lease and a relinquished lease. There's no transitional status, if that makes sense. And I don't know what that looks like, but it's just another way of looking at how do you accelerate development, how do you accelerate, getting the approved future use in action quicker than just waiting around and having to make annoying phone calls.
Please go for it.
So just in the context of, in terms of so I know you said governments are not the visionaries, and I don't think anybody would have a contest around that. But in terms of the tools that government agencies have about geography, spatial, landscape form, communities, future development, and bringing all those strategic lenses together, there is a clear role about identifying potential parameters, like i.e., I think you even touched on them, heavy industry, recreation, those sort of things. You still see that's not a place that should be ultimately market driven. That is a place that needs to.
You need the edges of the playpen. So I think that helps to know how big the canvas is and what you can and can't do on the canvas. That's certainly a good starting point. And the clearer those boundaries are, the better, as far as I'm concerned. And I think Amanda talked about the SEP. Like, if you're talking about the state SEPs, like there are tools within that toolbox where you can make things happen that otherwise would not be permissible, but they have to be done on balance, right? It's a balancing act. The clearer government can be about what they want to see in terms of the mud map or the future vision of a region, the detail can get worked out by the rest of the market and falls within it. I mean, I think the city does an incredible job of identifying its needs and its wants strategically. And thankfully, I came across a planner who understood that language and was able to point to, I think it was the 2020 vision at that stage. It was that long ago. It was 2020. Here you go. This is where you fit, and this is why they'll give you this is why they'll listen to you. Is what he told me. So if at a state level there's an equivalent resource that does all of that geospatial planning, population planning, whatever those planning frame outside edges of the page look like, that really helps a lot. And then it's just over to the market to work out what's and the communities.
And the community.
I won't say it's not just when I say the market, it includes community.
Yeah.
As probably the primary stakeholder of the entire thing. And it comes to smaller developments that are very economically driven. It comes down to feasibilities.
No.
Excellent.
Did you have any final comments or remarks?
No, I'm just appreciative of you taking the time to focus on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you once again for obviously your evidence today, but also having the committee on site on Monday. It was really beneficial for us to be able to witness firsthand what you're creating over there.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
The committee secretariat will be in touch if there's any questions.
Thank you very much.
Or supplementary questions. Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
now
No
have a
problem.
short break. Is that right?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, sorry. Tim Brown. We've got Tim Brown. Beautiful. To our next inquiry participant, thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask you to start by stating your name and position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Certainly. My name's Tim Brown. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Dantia, which is Lake Macquarie's economic development company, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement, Mr. Brown?
I would, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to represent Dantia today at this very important inquiry into beneficial and productive post-mining land use. Dantia is Lake Macquarie's economic development company, and our vision is to have Lake Macquarie considered Australia's most thriving regional city. In 2014, Lake Macquarie City Council established Dantia as an innovative and unique model for economic development in the city. We have one shareholder, Lake Macquarie City Council, and are governed by a board of highly skilled and experienced directors. Now, in our 10th year of operation, Dantia continues its work facilitating economic development for Lake Macquarie businesses and residents. We have also recently established the not-for-profit Circular Economy Living Lab. At the time, I believe this was the first of its kind, in collaboration with Lake Macquarie City Council and the University of Newcastle, to try and generate jobs in the circular economy. The Lake Macquarie economy has an annual economic output of more than $30 billion. Our top three industries, as measured by economic output, are construction, mining and manufacturing, with our top three industries measured by total number of employed being healthcare and social assistance, construction and retail trade. There are currently in excess of 73,000 people employed across our great city. Beneficial and productive post-mining land use is, in my view, the key lever that can be pulled to increase employment and investment opportunities. Lake Macquarie does not have significant areas of employment zone land. Moreover, in the coming years, we're anticipating a shortfall of our employment lands. That is why Dantia is advocating for realising the reuse of former mining, and in Lake Macquarie's case, power generation. We have significant tracts of former mining and power station land, approximately 62 square kilometres, some of which we believe make sense to be developed. The city's northwest growth area and northwest catalyst area includes lands formerly used for mining and lead smelting, and has been earmarked as a future regional hub for housing, jobs and investment. From an economic development perspective, it is the opportunity lost by not reusing land and mining sites for economic benefit through jobs and continuing investments that we're trying to avoid. These sites have generated jobs and economic activity for years, and Dante would like to see these sites continue to do so for years in the future. They typically have existing infrastructure such as roads, power lines, water, rail, already in place, and it's a missed opportunity to require companies to remove these without consideration of repurposing this infrastructure. These sites are primed for reuse rather than impacting other greenfield sites for development to create jobs. Given the history of mining in Lake Macquarie, we are now ready for action in our city, and Lake Macquarie should be considered a testing ground for reforms to achieve beneficial post-mining land use projects.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. I might start just with a couple of questions before passing over to my colleagues. In your submission, Dantia strongly recommends the urgent establishment of a regulatory pathway, which may include amending the mining SEP, Mining State Environmental Planning Policy, to facilitate adaptive planning for site reuse. What specific amendments would you foresee?
I'd have it in terms of specific amendments. What we are suggesting the committee look at is perhaps the mining set is the vehicle to do what might be a comparable land use assessment. So, for example, if you've got an area that has been previously disturbed for an industrial mining activity, if someone was to come along with a similar comparable land use, utilising the already disturbed land, didn't impact on other natural areas and just effectively come in, like, say, for example, there's a warehouse somewhere and one business leaves and another business comes in. Is there an opportunity within the mining SEP to look at some sort of comparable land use?
Thank you. In terms of the barriers to land reuse, what are the primary barriers you've identified in the current planning, approval and rehabilitation framework?
Yeah, thank you. Certainly from the anecdotal evidence is probably the wrong word, anecdotal discussions that I've had with businesses around, and I just caught the last bit of Tony then, is it does take an inordinate amount of time, and I think some of that's got to do with the fact that this is pretty new and people are trying to fit into a planning system that is as old as I am. Our Planning Act, I'm 45 years old, and our Planning Act was enacted the same year I was born, and it's just there's been band-aids and band-aids and band-aids on it. So I think that the challenge is about, is there a way that we can streamline this process? And I just want to make it really, really clear to the committee, Danta is not advocating that there shouldn't be a process. There absolutely should be a process to relinquish a mining lease and then start a new activity. But is there a way we can learn from what we've done to then make it a bit more efficient and a bit more streamlined? So there's an example where there's some duplication in the system. So there's a couple of different state government agencies who have a responsibility for a similar aspect from different angles. So is there a way that we can do the work, or a proponent rather, can do the work that would then meet the requirements of both agencies, rather than doing the work for agency A and then going around and then doing it again because it needs to be done slightly differently?
And could you provide, we heard an example from the previous witness of that duplication. Yep. Are there any other examples that you could provide to the committee? If you're referring to the subsidence, yes, that's the example I was leaning on to, in particularly with regards to as one example of where there's an opportunity to potentially streamline this process. And it's interesting to Dantia, we would definitely, as the Economic Development Corporation, we would certainly want a lot more inquiries than we're getting with regarding to land and in our area. But at the moment, there are some companies that are ready to go. When I say ready to go, in the next 18 to 24 to 36 months.
but we don't have that land there, and you couldn't put up a site that's potentially 3 to 5 years away. So then they take their investment and they look somewhere else.
In terms of a defined regulatory pathway, which in your submission you describe as a pathway for the assessment, risk transfer and uptake for transition to beneficial and productive land use options. Do you have a view around what that pathway would look like?
And again, I'll just stress that this is Dante and my view, not a view of a mining organisation. But if a mining company is to modify their consent to change from what is typically removal of infrastructure and then put trees and grass down to an alternate land use, they open up their entire consent, and then there could be other unintended consequences when wanting to just talk about a specific aspect of that consent. So I would love to see an opportunity where you could set up a framework that says we're talking about post-mining land use and that's it, and everything is off the table. So for example, we've only had smartphones for 15 years, so things can change so rapidly. It's incredibly difficult for any organisation to go, well, what is this going to be in 20, 30 years' time?
In terms of training and skills development now for the region, what specific initiatives do you suggest to reskill and retrain the current workforce to align with new opportunities?
So we would love to see a manufacturing centre of excellence at the Glendale TAFE site. It's very centrally located. It's just up the road here. It's right next to Glendale Technology High School, so there's lots of synergies there. In terms of a strategic location, it's very easy to get to from the Central Coast, from up the Hunter Valley, Port Stephens and Newcastle. Some of the work that the Institute of Regional Futures has done in Lake Macquarie, they've identified, and I've got the statistic here, I'll just read it so I don't get it wrong. I can't find it quickly, but there's a large percentage of residents who are willing to retrain for another job. And I think that's really important. I found it here, 65%. The other thing that's really important and is interesting for Lake Macquarie is we have a really high skill base of trade qualifications. So based on the 21 census, we're well above the state average in your Cert 2, Cert 3, Cert 4. So I'm generalising greatly, but if someone wants a widget, someone in Lake Macquarie can probably build it, probably bend it, fold it, make it, things like that, right? So we've got lots of manufacturing, and we've got a number of examples of companies who are moving into that advanced manufacturing. So I think that we have this opportunity right now to take these skills and apply them to new industries, whatever they be. So if you're a diesel mechanic or you're working on big coal machines and things, I would have thought that there's not much of a training to go from that to building turbines for wind farms. Like these types of things. I'm not an engineer, but I imagine that the mechanics are still the same. And I'll give you another quick example, which I found really fascinating and I really think highlights the point is I was out at the Glendale TAFE, and if you're a motor mechanic, you need to do a course at TAFE to work on EV vehicles because they're high voltage, right? Makes complete sense when someone tells you, but to me there was no that hadn't entered my thoughts. So there's an example of something that's happening right now, and it could be as simple as you go to TAFE or whatever, you learn how to do this new skill and you can apply it to a range of industries, because we're seeing that now in Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, awesome. I might pass to my colleague, Ms. Sue Higginson, now. Questions?
Thank you. I've just got one point from your submission that I'm going a bit kind of unprepped because I only just reread it. But I'm just curious about the opportunities you see in terms of the mention of the sort of defence force manufacturing aspect, and I'm raising this mostly on behalf of my colleagues who's not here. But do you really see that is a good public interest kind of component of focusing an investment in what ultimately ends up as war games or the industry of war?
So in terms of the question, the short answer is the defence industry is a large employer and it has a large supply chain. And we believe, so you'd all be aware that there's the RAF base at Williamtown, and then there's the Defence Aerospace Astrolab, I think it's called. That's going to be the primary area of where defence is going to be. But from our point of view, yes, there should be an opportunity for those smaller businesses who are manufacturing some really unique and highly intelligent products to feed into that larger supply chain. So I don't see a defence prime necessarily setting up in Lake Macquarie. What we do see is how do we tap those people who are already here building this technology into these larger areas, because D'Antia, if you boil D'Antia down to one word, it's jobs. We want jobs for...
But is it also, sorry to interrupt, but is it also about, because we're looking at such a massive project and we are trying very hard to have kind of very important social buy-in and the governance around that, and therefore the social governance and the ethics of it all, is this an opportunity for your organisation to actually be advocating, hey, we're looking for opportunities, perhaps yes, intelligence, but not efforts of war? I'm literally trying to look at this big kind of geopolitical issue and why limit it to, if we're talking about land use and we're talking about getting the benefit of that, particularly from a post-mining environment, is that something that your organisation is considering?
Not explicitly, no, in terms of identifying, if I've understood the question correctly, we haven't talked about saying we should focus on industry A, B and C and not focus on industry C, D and E. For us, we think that we want to use the skills that Lake Macquarie has. They're here, they're now, and is there an opportunity to find that next piece of land for them to expand or grow? Because it's not just about, D'Antia is not just about bringing the next Google in here. That'd be wonderful, but it's also about, we've got business.
What, sorry?
Google. We're not after a big, high profile.
Yeah, I get you.
That'd be great. Don't get me wrong, but it's also about the businesses that we have here and expanding from 30 employees to 60 employees. If we can help with that, that's still a wonderful outcome for Lake Macquarie.
And we've also heard evidence about actually diversification is really important, because look at the predicament we're in because we weren't diversified. We've put all our eggs into one big digging hole industry and pulling coal out. Yeah,
diversification is important. And I think the other thing for our point of view is just to elaborate on my point about which ones we're advocating for or not, what we actually want is similar quality jobs. So if you're an engineer earning 120 grand a year, we would love, our ultimate goal would to have an opportunity to, if you're in an industry that closes or diversifies, you can go to another engineering role of a similar quality with similar employment outcomes.
Just on the further to you've clearly done that kind of analysis in terms of the skills and what that looks like. Is there, we heard very early on in this inquiry about how some of the big mines have particular tickets for working in the mines, but those qualifications don't necessarily correlate directly with the skills outside of the mine. For example, we even heard this morning, you drive a big truck, but you actually don't need the truck license you would need outside the mine to drive. Is there work happening around actually those jobs coming out of the mine being able to have their skills or those qualifications transferred into the other sectors that you're kind of looking at?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm can't comment on whether that works.
Is that something you think should be happening? And that
it makes complete sense, right? So it's about what we do. What we do want is we want to have our residents of Lake Macquarie to have a retraining, whatever that retraining looks like, a micro-credential, a driving test for a truck, in your example, whatever the case may be, to allow them to then move to their next employment. What I don't want is people, a mine shuts or it starts to close and the operations go down and people are found without a job. I don't want them packing up and going to Queensland or packing up and going to wherever they are. What is the next available option for them? And that's where I think that the fact that we in Lake Macquarie have so much of this land and they're in large land holdings, there's a real opportunity here for that.
And just on the work and your lens on the circular economy components, could you just talk a little bit more to that and what that looks like, and if there's anything this inquiry, because obviously that's a massive part of the kind of state's requirements that we work out how to move to a more circular economy. What are the particular things here in this area region that you think this inquiry might be able to put some attention on?
Yeah, look, I think just quickly on the cell, we're incredibly proud of the cell. It's a not-for-profit, as I said, it's a collaboration between Dantia, Lake Macquarie Council and the University of Newcastle. It's fair to say it's been a slow-ish start. It is a startup in every sense of the word. We're trying to find our feet. Our goal is to create jobs, but in the circular economy. So we've got a couple of things that we're doing. So one of the things that we're pretty proud of is we're working through a project where we're looking at, can we take some of the ash out of a raring and put it in road pavement? So it's a long process. It's going to take time because we need to do it properly. And what I mean by properly is we need to do the testing, we need to do the geo-testing. We've got the National Road Transport Research Organisation, unis involved, Origin's involved, EPA's involved, Transport for New South Wales involved, CEL's involved. We're really excited. It's taking a long time and will continue. It certainly is not going to be the silver bullet for coal ash, but I think that there's just one of many. So that's an example of what the cell's doing. In terms of the circular economy, I would suggest that, and in the context of your question around what this committee is doing, I take it back to the point where if we get in a situation where organisations are required to dig up and recycle railways, dig up and recycle power lines, crush concrete and recycle it and that sort of stuff, yeah, that's an outcome. But we know people are coming to Lake Macquarie, we know people are moving. A better outcome would be keep it there if it's appropriate, and then don't go and re-quarry and make new concrete. Don't make new steel, which has all of the impacts of that. So that would be something that the committee could look at if you putting a circularity lens on this, because the other point to make is a lot of these sites are really large, and I'm sure you've heard that many, many times. And certainly, I think there's a potential risk that when people say beneficial post-mining land use, they think the entire area then goes back to some sort of industry. They're actually quite large, and you can, if you focus an area in on the areas that have been disturbed and are still existing, we think that'd be a great start.
So is that, interestingly, we had that point made in a submission that, frankly, they're the areas we really should be looking at, the disturbed areas as they stand and the infrastructure. I love that. I hadn't actually thought of it in terms of the reuse of these things through that circular economy lens. It's a very simple but very important context, and I hadn't certainly thought of it through that. But I see exactly that point. It is part of that very, very important circular economy narrative because, this is, it's not just reusing, it really is the whole circularity of it.
You keep it in the system for longer and you repurpose it, and you've got a concrete slab that still has 30 years of life, try and use it for what it was intended for, as a concrete slab, you know. So, and if we take the premise that we are going to need more land for jobs, they've got to go somewhere. And right now, that would probably mean going somewhere else that has natural environment on it, to then, not only you've got, forget about the cost and all that, just the environmental benefit of the fact that, you know, this land has already been cleared of trees. And I know there's challenge around different viewpoints on that, but if we accept the premise that there's jobs somewhere, then they're going to go somewhere else.
I don't think we've heard, and I'd love your view on this, I don't think we've heard that, well, we might have heard on one submission, but more broadly, I don't think we've heard that if their current obligation is to revegetate, but the land use then does change again to maintaining the use of that land as disturbed land, let's say, that actually an obligation elsewhere may be acceptable to many proponents. Like that, is that something that you think, or do you kind of have that view that no, if the land is already disturbed, that obligation to regenerate it should just be retired? Or do you see that, no, that could be carried on in circumstances?
It really is a case-by-case basis. And what I wouldn't want is a perverse outcome of Company A has to put trees and grass back on their old land, and that costs X, but then we say, okay, we want to use that for the next advanced manufacturing. Now you've got to go and spend X plus 10 to do it over there. It just wouldn't work. So, as I said earlier, I'm absolutely not advocating that companies who got an approval based on a set of conditions necessarily get out of, for want of a better term, those requirements. What I'm saying is I think it's there's a piece of work for someone to go, well, if we accept that the population is going to increase and they're going to need somewhere to work, because Dante doesn't want people driving up the valley or driving back to Sydney. You know, we can accept driving to Newcastle, but ideally we want...
Only just.
Ideally we want people to live...
in Charlestown, yeah.
Exactly. Ideally we want people to live, work and play in our city. Then, you know, there is that opportunity. Well, if it's not here, where is it? But it is a tricky... It is a complex challenge for the committee.
But that idea of transferring that obligation is something that should be on the table depending on the case by case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it should be part of a consideration with regards to, you know, that obligation. You know, instead of if there is a process, or when there is a process, and it says we think the best outcome for this piece of land is to build the next advanced manufacturing hub in the Hunter Valley. Great, right? But that means that 20 hectares that would have otherwise come back to a certain vegetation community is not going to be there. Then what is the outcome then? Does the developer go, well, I'll pay into the biodiversity trust or whatever it's called now, and then the state can then choose, well, the best use of that money is somewhere completely different. I don't know. I'm just sort of throwing some ideas up for the committee to consider. But what I wouldn't want to do is make it such a... I wouldn't want a perverse outcome around, well, yes, we want to do this, but the hurdle is so high to jump over that you just don't jump over it and you just put it back there. Yep.
Look, having stepped out, I always think it's dangerous to ask questions that might otherwise have already been asked. But
take the risk.
I will take that risk. But thank you for your submission and for your thinking, I guess, around this as well. But it comes down to that question, and I think I suspect from the tail end of that conversation, looked at things like, you know, the embedded carbon and the like that have actually already been put into these developments, and how there can be that greater use. But as we sort of wrestle and challenge this problem, it's horses for courses, isn't it? Like, not every site is going to be the same. And you've got some experience here with the Pasminco site as well, and being able to get opportunities out of that. If you haven't spoken about that, just interested in your learnings from that. I know that it's a little bit different, but it's about effectively reusing existing assets and those opportunities. If you want to walk through, the experience perhaps you've had with the Pasminco and what that's yielded for the city.
Yeah, certainly. So I came in prior to working at Dante. I actually worked at Lake Macquarie City Council first in the Environment Group and then City Works. And when I came in as the manager of the Environment Group here, I came in at the tail end of Pasminco. So I know a little bit about it. So I'll speak. I'm certainly not an expert of the whole project, but I'll speak to what I know. Is obviously it was a lead smelter for a long, long time. The state took it over, and there's the containment cell up on there that you can't develop on. And I think that's a really good example to say, well, not on all of these sites, they're not all developable. So I'd say it's highly unlikely you're going to put residential on the top of a tailings dam as an extreme example, but you know what I mean? So these are the type of things. The good thing with Pasminco that I'm aware of is effectively, and it's quite ironic, but outside of the cell, it's probably the cleanest site.
Oh, really?
In and all around here, because it was remediated all the way back to bedrock. So it took away the biggest issue up there that I'm aware of was contamination. But you're right, working through that now, we've got this opportunity where there's the housing around it. So we've talked about, and I'm sure you've heard about the housing, and then we've got this opportunity of a site up there that's really close to the M1, right next to the main Northern Rail line. And what can that look like? Dante would like to see that to be, some jobs, some housing, a mix in there. It was identified in the Hunter 21 plan of around about, I always get them mixed up, it's either 6,000 jobs and 4,000 homes, or the other way around. So that site
10,000 all up.
Pardon? Yeah.
All up.
I always get it mixed up. But that's a really good site to show, even though it wasn't mining per se, it was heavy industry, and there is that opportunity. Costco's up there, Bunnings is next door, and that sort of stuff. The way that council opened up the last bit of Moneybung Road has really opened that up, because now we get into that Cardiff Advanced Manufacturing Zone. We've got a couple of sites just over here, which I'm sure you've heard about, and that is all the way out to the M1. So that piece, in terms of the strategic location, is crucial, and we've shown that now not only with Tony's one, but with Pasminco, we can reuse these sites. But it does take a long time. If I'm remembering correctly, Pasminco shut down around 2001, 2002, 3-ish, something in that vicinity. So, and there's still lots up there that haven't been identified of what they're going to be in the long term.
And you spoke as well about there early on, I think in your opening statement, about that demand that comes from the market, that you would like to see more people knocking on your door saying we want opportunities and that. Mm-hmm. If you had that sort of list of sites, so to speak, and what could be possible, do you think that'd work as an attractor, so to speak, that people would, to the point of Tony's evidence before, which I think you heard, where people start to come up with their own ideas? It's not necessarily government-led, whether that be state or local government, but you actually do have the market saying, oh, we're looking for a site like that, and we want to, this is our idea for what you could do there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think short answer is yes. And I think we have had a couple of companies come to us and say we're looking for quite large sites, and we just don't have them in terms of ready to go in their timeframes. And I think the other important point is the reason that Dante is so excited about Blackrock. There's going to be lots of people coming here with very deep pockets who are going to see Lake Mac. They're going to see how beautiful it is. They're going to see why everyone's moving here. And we want to be able to go, well, imagine if we said, hey, this block of land's coming online in the next period of time. Let me show you, here's how you can invest in our city, that type of stuff. And at the moment, I'm reluctant to go down to Western Sydney and say, you should move to Lake Mac. And they go, great, have you got a warehouse for me that's, 10,000 square metres? And I go, oh, no, I don't. So I don't do that, right? Yeah. But this is the type of stuff where we want to start, we really want to start to get going. The old saying, the best time if you want a big tree, in the yard, the best time to plant it was 20 years ago. The next best time is today. So we need to get started. And what I'd love to see, and I might be being a little ambitious here, but I'd love to see an opportunity where a parcel of land in Lake Macquarie, just by the nature of the fact that we don't have open cuts, and it's already, a lot of it's ready to go. Could there be a way that this committee goes, well, on this block of land, we're not going to not go through a planning process, but what we're actually going to do is we're going to trial a new planning process, and it's for this block of land, and we know that we're doing it this way because what we want to do is work out, well, if we then applied this, the challenge you've got is you've got state legislation trying to govern a myriad of sites that all have different issues, which is going to be an incredible challenge for the committee. But wouldn't it be great to go, we'll pick this lot and we put all of the checks and balances in place, but then we actually trial something and say, okay, if we did amend this, how would that work? Or if we did not require this but required that, how would that work? I reckon that'd be.
So what's the block that you want to be?
I don't have a block in mind. I just know that we've got an awful large number of hectares. And by the very virtue of the fact that our history is we don't have many operating coal mines left, we'd be perfect for a test bed.
Thank you. That's all we have time for this session, Mr. Brown, but thank you again for giving evidence to our inquiry today. Any questions that were taken on notice? I don't believe there were any, but if there are any supplementary questions, our committee secretariat will be in touch with you. Thank you again. We'll now have a short break.
Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome. Thank you to our next inquiry participants for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
So, do we need to turn these things on?
No, they should just be on normally.
They should be on?
Yep.
So I'm Tim Roberts. I'm the former head of the Tom Farrell Institute for the Environment, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Great. Hi, I'm Alec Roberts. I'm the chair of Clean As, a local community energy group. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence that now are about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes. Thanks. I'll start first.
Sure.
Over the last 10 years, I guess, from 2010 through to 2020, I ran the Tom Farrell Institute for the Environment and worked closely with Alec, who's not a relative of mine, but shares the same name. As well, I worked with Nigel Stace behind me and many others, and our primary focus in one area was to run an annual mine rehabilitation conference in the Hunter Valley. And we did this successfully for a decade until the university closed the institute. But the most important point of that, I think, is that we had normally up to 300 delegates at the annual mine rehab conferences, which we would hold either in Newcastle or Singleton or Muswellbrook. And the delegates were made up of government officers, of professionals involved in mine rehabilitation, local government members, as well as the miners themselves. So we got a very good understanding of what the problems were in mine rehabilitation, what the best ways to do such rehabilitation, and got an understanding of the desire for the communities to end up, when the mines closed, with something that was highly significant. During that time, we learned about the Eden project in England, which was a quarry reformation. During that time, we interacted with speakers at our conference from Indonesia, from Spain, from America, and from Europe. So we were able to get inputs from other countries where they'd been dealing with the problems of mine rehabilitation. And in that, we, I think, developed a good understanding of what would be the best thing for the developments after mining finishes in the Hunter Valley. And related to that, we also came to the conclusion that it would be really difficult to bring about changes unless there were changes to legislation, because many of the mines had been had their finalisation and their sign-off criteria written in concrete at the start of their mining, and so it's very difficult to put forward an alternate if the legislation is saying you must replace like with like. So I think that's probably my introductory statement, and hand over to Alec.
Thank you.
I'd also like to say through this we got to work side by side with world experts in mine rehabilitation, like in our office. So we got to sit next to people who are developing and utilising the latest best practice tools from around the world, which was a real eye-opener for us to find out what can be done and what is possible. So I'll just go briefly into, I just want to briefly talk about three things: landform design, landform evolution models, and incorporation of new land use. So when it comes to post-mining land use, we really need a stable and lasting landform. So New South Wales Resources Regulator requires such a stable and permanent landform that is suitable for the agreed end land use, that it's not going to adversely affect surrounding land, and with maintenance needs no greater than the surrounding land. In particular, landform design must address potential erosional issues and manage surface water to stabilise the landform and integrate with the surrounding catchments. So conventional approaches to mine rehab, I'll say mine rehab is a shortened version of, involve developing uniform slopes, terraces, berms, contour banks, sediment ponds, and building rigid, non-erodible drainage structures. These steep drainage lines, down drains, often called, are designed to handle specific extreme events. However, these conventional approaches often fail and lead to accelerated erosion from overtopping. I'll give an example of that. We visited Glencore's West Side mine here near Wakefield, New South Wales, quite close to here actually. And there we saw where overtopping had occurred. This was only 7 years old, the rehabilitation, and overtopping had occurred on one of the vertical drains, and they had a digger up there to try and repair it because the water had formed a new watercourse down the side of the hill alongside all this wonderful stonework that it wasn't utilising at all. So without constant maintenance, most mine rehab landforms gradually erode. And an alternative approach to that is geomorphic rehabilitation using progressive rehabilitation. So you've probably heard progressive rehabilitation involves restoring land in parallel with mining. Okay, so that's now fairly common. Geomorphic rehabilitation is a catchment approach to mine rehab, using drainage basins as a fundamental basic planning units for mine rehab. So progressive geomorphic mine restoration has been shown to neither reduce mineral production nor significantly change operations, which is very important for the miners. The landform is designed using software such as GeoFluve Natural Regrade as a good example. This mimics the drainage networks and landforms of natural catchments. So the building of a landform design utilises existing machinery and operators, which is really good. It uses the GPS inside the machinery so the man can, or woman can dig and create the landforms based on what the software has designed. So the goal is of blending into and complementing the drainage pattern of the surrounding terrain. Sediment movement at the design drainage network is similar to local natural dynamics of flow. Studies in New Mexico found sediment yields were less than or equal to adjacent land, which is a great outcome for mine rehab. So most examples of this form of mine rehab are found in North America, Canada, Spain and Australia. So Mangoola open cut mine near Denman, New South Wales utilises progressive geomorphic mine restoration. So I've got a good example here in the Hunter. Briefly talk about landform evolution models. So these simulate erosion across landscape over time. So they're a model that works out what's going to happen in the future. They can incorporate future changes in rainfall patterns, such as increased high rainfall events that you may get with climate change, and can evaluate post-mine landscape designs. For example, we've seen West Side Main mine failures, but up in the Upper Hunter where it rains less, we don't see as many failures because it rains less and we have less rain events. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's just going to happen later on because of the lower rainfall, and may happen more often with changes in rainfall events. So these models allow simulation of long time periods and observe whether the structure will fail and potentially when it will fail, and can be utilised for new mines and extensions to mines to ensure landscape designs negate any potential erosional issues. Designs that fail can be then redesigned and retested before you start digging. So it's a great thing. You can work out what you're going to do before you get out there and do it. So landform evolution models were designed. One of them was designed by the late Professor Gary Wilgoose from University of Newcastle, and he designed one of these models. So just briefly into incorporation of new land use. So new novel uses for mined lands are being suggested that probably were not thought of at the start of mine planning. Some of these mines that have been over 20 years since the original mine or operational plan have been put together. So new potential uses may include new industries such as pumped hydro, intensive agriculture, bioenergy precinct, chicken processing plants, biodiversity, climate corridors, and changed land use for farming. So to enable such changes, government regulations may need to be amended and a process developed for the modifying of the final post-mining landform and approval mechanism. These would relate to the retention of existing infrastructure, retention of certain landforms, and the proposed modification of landform design. For example, fit-for-purpose built infrastructure that may need to be retained as needed for the proposed new land use could include high voltage electricity lines, access roads, rail loops, water infrastructure, built infrastructure such as buildings, etc., and also flat areas. And should also close by note that environmental standards must be maintained or improved by any changes to post-mining land use. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. I'm looking to my colleagues to see if anyone would like to start. Ms. Sue Higginson, go for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission and your evidence today and making the time. I'm just curious about, so you make a very important point that, rehabilitation, some of the newer mines or the more recently approved mines had that requirement to do progressive rehabilitation. So we kind of do, and my understanding of that is that different mining methods and the mines themselves can allow that or otherwise don't, such as pit mining or those drag lines, and how that works in the drag line has been more prone to that progressive rehabilitation. Do you see anything in terms of the differentiation of that as a problem in terms of a regulatory scheme where we're looking at beneficial mine land reuse?
So I was going to say first up that progressive rehabilitation is actually less costly for the miners and has less risk environmental outcomes than doing it all at the end. So that's first up.
I think that it boils down to what's the end point, and the end point is determined by what was agreed to at the start of mining. Now, there are two endpoints, if you like. Those mines that were started a long time ago had no requirement for rehabilitation. They had no requirement for what was going to be left, whether there was going to be a hole left or not a hole left. The later ones had a requirement that was make back to what was there. And making back to what was there, if it was farmland, then it should go back to farmland. If it was forest, it should go back to forest. If it was If it was grazing land, whatever, it should go back to that. And I think the point is that it doesn't matter about progressive rehabilitation. The bigger question in my mind is, after so many years, do we want it to go back to what it was before, or do we want it to be more useful for the jobs that are required in that area now? And I think we can do that with the newer mines. With the older mines, we can't, I don't think, we can force them to do anything other than walk away and leave a hole, because they weren't required to. So that's the dilemma, I think.
And just on that, do you see, we've had some, strong submissions about the nature deficit that we've now experienced and that we're holding in the Hunter region, the Gunnedah Basin area, and that we're holding that nature deficit or that nature debt on the basis that we were going to repay that in some way or form. In your view, is that still a necessary thing that we do, that what we do can still be nature positive? We've seen those submissions made to this inquiry, and given the progressive rehabilitation that has been required, particularly in relation to repairing nature or recovering nature and the regeneration, do you think that there should be a threshold of repaying that debt is very important? Or do you think that's something you set aside now?
No, I think as we said before, that what is key is that the environmental standards remain the same, and the outcomes are potentially improved from the changes. No, we don't want to have a step back in what we're doing here.
And do you think that's possible in terms of the way you look at the different landforms, what we've done, and the conditions that we have imposed? Do you think, in terms of what the landscape looks like now and the current approvals and requirements, do you think that we will likely achieve that, and that there is still scope for that beneficial reuse or change under some of the existing approvals?
I think what we're basically saying is that you need to have a stable, lasting landform, and we're suggesting going with best practice to make that happen so that we get the best chance for positive environmental outcomes.
And so with that, in terms of that erosion that I think you said, was it Glendale, one of the mines that you said that you,
West Side mine.
West Side. Do you think, is that something that is likely to have been a fairly common occurrence in terms of some of those mines around that age?
So that was a young mine. That had only been closed for 7 years when that happened. Okay? It's just that the rainfall events that happen here on the coastal fringe are a lot more often than they are further up the valley. They still happen up the valley, but it might take 15 years for them to get a rainfall event equivalent, But we don't want to design a landform that breaks in 15 years, because who's going to fix it, If the miners are long gone, you need to design a landform that's going to mimic natural landforms, and therefore it's not going to need all this maintenance work.
And do you think that the current register of final voids, which is quite a lot, do you think that poses potential problems to the regional final landscape scenario?
In my view, it is a legacy that we appear to be stuck with, and a legacy that will give us virtual set of lakes in the next 200 years running throughout that area of the valley. And I think in terms of the points for this review and this inquiry, the question is how to make those voids into something more useful than a fenced-off area of dangerous water, because the way they are, they would have such deep and steep sides to them, could become very dangerous. One of the joys of my life as an academic is that I get to take students around the place, and we have had 5 trips to Borneo to look at rehabilitation of forest in Borneo following open-cut coal mining. And we visit on each trip a large coal mine that does 50 million tonnes of coal a year, which is, if you consider the output of the Port of Newcastle at 130 million tonnes a year, then you get some idea of the scope of the holes that this mine is digging. And they have successful rehabilitation there, and they have successful formation of a pit lake into a stable and usable lake for both recreation and fishing. And we've seen that development since 2018, my first trip to now. So the voids can be used, the voids can be made into something useful. And I guess my contribution to this inquiry is to urge the government to look at going forward in a way that creates jobs for the region, in a way that creates recreation for the region, and in a way that doesn't leave the region with a festering sore of erosion or of water that can't be used in one way or another.
I've got 2 very quick follow-up questions on that. Professor, is there material about the Borneo project? Is there any written material that you could provide to the committee if we requested that? So that we could...
Sure. There are some published papers that have come out of that company. The company is PT Adaro, ADARO, and it's regulated by the, is it a federal government? Regulated by the central government of Indonesia. The regulation criteria for end of mine are as strong or stronger than regulations in New South Wales and Queensland. In terms of the quality of water, any water released from the site has to be above pH 6.5 and a certain minimum sedimentation standard. There are some publications that I could certainly send you.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful. And then just one other point, with the software and the programs that are available, are any of those, in terms of final landforms, are any of those fit or currently run using climate models and scenarios for the type of precipitation that we are heading into and what we've already started to experience across New South Wales and Australia more broadly? I'm just curious about where the marriage is happening with that in that field.
So the landform evolution models definitely do that. You can actually put a rainfall profile up off into 1,000 years into the future and then simulate what will happen to the landform based on that model of rainfall changes. So it's very important, and the good thing is you can apply this to existing landforms or it doesn't have to be, it can be conventional landforms, or it could be landforms that we're suggesting here, but the landform evolution models can be run against any of these landforms to work out what will happen with the potential effects of climate change to those landforms into the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence.
Yeah.
That's right.
The chair's just disappeared.
The chair's disappeared under the table. It happens here.
Nearly made it
Maybe a final void, I don't know.
Subsidence.
Subsidence issue in the committee. But sorry to make a joke of this. But with respect to some of the learnings you have, what have you, and I think you were talking about the conferences and that you were running as well, sort of that sort of engagement. What have you seen globally in terms of best productive land use models? Is there something that we should be looking at?
Mm-hmm. I would say that in West Germany and also in Western Australia, the business of pit lakes turned into something useful touristically. There's good evidence, certainly
Poland too.
in Germany and in Poland, that if there is sufficient will, this can certainly happen, and the public can use these lakes. There may be other examples. Certainly, I've recently seen a book that I haven't bought yet, but it's called 102 Uses for a Hole in the Ground.
We've heard of that one, yeah.
And that comes from the Eden Project in England. Our colleague Jose has a chapter in that latest edition, and his chapter is about the use of the geofluve computerized landform regeneration, and he's operating in projects from South America through to currently he's in northern Sweden doing a landform there on a quarry, and he's done a lot across Europe. So
there's also some good research done in Catalonia and also in New Mexico in this area.
Excellent. And with respect to the Eden Project you were discussing before, I think you had some engagement with them as part of those conferences and that as well. Has there been any investigation of an Eden Project hunter, so to speak? I know that there's one sort of planned for Anglesey and Victoria, but has there ever been an exploration of something similar in the hunter?
Certainly at our conferences, it would come up routinely as to what's the best way to deal with the mine voids, we've seen everything from a lake through to pumped hydro, through to currently west of here is a motorsport set up, about to be launched, I think, in a pit lake. But where in the more modern mines, I think we are facing a different dilemma, because if we do progressive rehabilitation as we go, we eventually get to a situation where the final rehabilitation has to be removal of all the roads and removal of all the infrastructure. And to my mind, that, to me, is a great loss of potential alternate use. If we're talking about setting up a solar farm, then to have the high voltage electricity running from that point by turning the electrons in another direction, we could use all of that. So
a 33 kV line like they traditionally used for these mines is exactly the right size for a solar farm. So you can imagine people thinking, yes, or even for pumped hydro.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, this has come up before, and this may be, but if we are rehabilitating the land, i.e. we're planting native vegetation or grasses, native grasses, or whatever we're doing, whatever the requirement was, in that progressive regeneration. I think most of those approvals are either, grasses, farmland, or native vegetation. Is it such a bad problem to do that and have that land form and land practice being land use undertaken because of the carbon benefit of those projects, i.e. they are, generally speaking, sequestering, capture, drawdown, sequester programs, to then have a different use later on? Like, do we have to, is the contemplation that we should not progress that because of, and hold that in sterilisation because of infrastructure? Or is it not that big a problem to do both the things?
I think not a problem to do both. It's absolutely necessary to do the progressive rehabilitation so that everything begins to be stabilised.
Yes, thank you.
But if you look at the area of the mine and the associated buffer zones, you've also got the small area of the buildings and so on. And to me, that is the area that would be wasteful to totally destroy and totally take that smaller piece of land back to what is required in the progressive rehabilitation.
So progressive rehabilitation up to a point, and then look at the beneficial reuse of the assets and infrastructure that's there. But it's not necessary, and in fact we should perhaps look at the benefit. As you say, there is an important benefit of that progressive rehabilitation up to that point. Thank you. That's
absolutely.
Well, the mine's not going to be pulling that infrastructure out and towards the end anyway, because they need that to keep mining. Yeah. So when you're saying progressive, it's more to do with the landforms. It's more to do with returning it to native forest or returning it to farmland. Make sure I also
but the argument is that if you've got infrastructure there already, and that infrastructure can be used to support another use, as you sort of outlined, solar or pumped hydro or the like, it's much easier to keep that infrastructure in there and cost effective rather than pull it out, and there's actually an environmental benefit with that as well.
Yes.
And what we've got to remember is these are the ideas that we know now. We need to have the flexibility so when new ideas come up in 5-10 years, that we have the flexibility to be able to adapt to them then. Yeah. So we have the legislation in place so we can make changes to the final land form, so that ongoing we can make these changes and make the appropriate decisions based on the regulation, based on what's been analysed and worked out for the process and that.
Thank you.
In terms of that landform design, can you elaborate a bit more on the specific challenges that you've observed with the traditional approach and how they impact on the long-term landform stability? You mentioned obviously the Wakefield example. Are there any others?
Yeah, so traditional landform as opposed to geomorphic rehabilitation has got less biodiversity outcomes. So with your because it's basically the slopes are uniform. Geomorphic rehabilitation, if you think about a natural landform, it's trying to emulate. The slopes differ, the concave slopes, so you get different levels of water retention in different parts of the landscape, and therefore you get better biodiversity across the landscape. So there's a better biodiversity outcome using the geomorphic than the standard because of the artificial nature of it being, berms, straight slopes, vertical drains, and that's fine.
And is there anything that requires rehabilitation in this geomorphic fashion, or is it just it's up to, you know, the mining proponent to determine how they, or the fashion in which they rehabilitate?
So they still have the same outcomes. It's just a different method to get it, and they'll end up with better outcomes and less cost. So it's less, or should I say, less risk and less cost.
So it's considered best practice for the industry. So one would assume that most would be doing it this way.
Well, not really.
Okay.
That's the problem, is that commercial ventures sign up to a rehabilitation plan 8 years ago, and that's what they're delivering on.
Sure.
And there's no incentive for them to change.
And there's no flexibility in that for them to be able to change to something that might be more contemporary or evidence-based.
There's a little bit of flexibility, not a great deal, not enough to change the whole landform.
Thank you. Yep. Sorry.
And certainly, if we look at our experience, I guess the geoflume really started to take prominence in about 2017, 2018, and before that the mines hadn't seen it and were doing best practice according to the rehabilitation of landform that was around at the time, and so there's an evolution in this as the newer mines come on board, so that they look to go to these bulldozers controlled by GPS according to a sort of almost a CAD-CAM type preform program, so that they can build according to the latest profiles, rather than stick to what was there in 2000, 1995, whenever.
So this software is quite amazing. It actually models the creek lines, and I never knew, but there's all this physics to do with the width of a creek and the bend in the creek, and it does all this for you, and you sit there modelling it all in 3D, and when you're finished and you're happy with it, then you can basically get landform evolution model to test it out to make sure it's going to be good, and if it's good, then it gets fed into the diggers and everything, and they create that three-dimensional model in.
So are companies using? Are there mining companies using this?
So Mangoola is using it.
Mangoola,
okay.
yeah. Are there any other real-world examples where that geomorphic rehabilitation is being used and it's significantly outperformed the traditional?
Yeah, as I said, the Catalonia one is excellent results there, and the New Mexico one. I think it was La Plata mine in New Mexico.
Thank you. In terms of the landform evolution models, how can they be effectively utilised in the planning stages of new mines and indeed extensions to predict and mitigate these potential erosion issues?
So basically they're a model to simulate what's going to happen in the future. So if you've got a design you're putting together as part of your final landform design you're going to have, that you're going to put out to the government, you can test that to see that it actually is going to work. And I would say to government officers, they should also test it too, to make sure for you that you can see, yes, it's going to last 200 years into the future, and it's not going to fail with increased, rain events happening in the Hunter or wherever we are, So it's a very, very useful tool. And also can be used when there's a change to the mine plan as well.
Indeed. In terms of policy and funding commitments from, from say the New South Wales government, what would be most beneficial in terms of trying to advance geomorphic rehabilitation and other innovative post-mining land use practices, whether it's incentivising the uptake of it or I'm not sure?
It's always been at discussions like this that we come to those mines that have been initiated without a set of requirements that can bring about any change in what they will do at end of life of mine. Whereas the newer mines, it is possible to look at some changes on the way through. In terms of answering your question, I would think that money should be spent on the grassroots, on getting views from the people living in the area as to what they would like to see going forward, so that you have a more consensus approach to what future developments there are. The buffer lands are one point, really, I think, that is highlighted by what should be done, because if the buffer lands aren't maintained, then they become fire risks, they become over tree. Yeah, it's an area that I think has been neglected.
Should I was
please.
going to, sorry, I was also going to mention that, so that further research and collaboration between universities, government, environmental practitioners, mining companies is needed, both for landform design and landform evolution modelling. So, and so we develop and further develop and go down this path, just to ensure best practice is implemented and enhanced over time.
Are there examples where that landform evolution modelling has successfully predicted long-term landscape changes and helped to avoid potential failures?
I think with the uranium mines in the Northern Territory, I think that landform model, the Siberia model, has been very useful in ensuring that there's absolute minimal overflow from the dams there that are storing the radioactive material. But I don't recall at this stage. My mind's a bit fuzzy on the detail.
Okay, thank you. That's useful to know. You mentioned earlier about your travels to Borneo and about some other innovative, the Eden project. Are there any other innovative uses for reclaimed mining lands that have emerged recently that you think the committee should be aware of, and how would these impact our planning processes here?
You mentioned in the document about pumped hydro, and I believe that is a future opportunity. A few years ago, I was learning of pumped hydro in central Queensland in a mine there, but I don't recall anymore more recently what's happened there. But to my mind, the pumped hydros is one possibility. Yeah.
There's also in Poland a number of different things that have been done there. So they've developed this tourist area with lakes, and you wouldn't know it was a mine. Look, you'd have no idea it's a mine. It's a gorgeous looking place. Other things they've done on the industry side is they've developed this is for biofuel, and they developed coppicing systems. So they grow these trees and coppice them every couple of years to provide fuel for the biofuel. And so they've taken the sites and developed these coppicing systems for biofuel.
Interesting. Do any of my colleagues have final questions in the last minute? Do you have anything further you would like to add in the hope that it will jog my colleagues' memory?
No, I don't have any more.
No.
The application of the tool.
The land evolution modelling.
Oh, I've lost it. I'll leave it for supplementaries. It's that time of the day.
I know.
I was on track. Maybe you answered it already, but yeah, just in terms of the tool and the modelling around and using that tool. Oh yeah, sorry, I do know the question. It was about the limitations of that method of rehab, and one of the mines that I've had the benefit of seeing, and it's an old mine and it's a deep pit mine, and the rehab is that traditional, terrace and
terraces.
Yes, and can see already a sort of erosion happening there. Is there a capacity to retrofit to then go back, or have we missed the boat on some of those old, hard, deep pit mines?
My view is that you can do anything if you've got the money, but if you look at the abandoned mines across Australia and across New South Wales, there are so many of them, and the government puts, I think, $2 million a year into the reparation of abandoned mines, and it's just one little tiny drop in the bucket of what's needed. And yes, you can repair and rehabilitate, but where's the money come from? If you can't hold the miners to account, then I think the government just won't be able to fit the bill unless there is a very, very significant cost benefit to doing it. But the cost is very, very large.
But these models can be applied to, and matter of fact, the research points it out that these models can be applied to abandoned mines.
And I think there was it's going back some years now, perhaps 2007 or 8, but there was that Auditor General's report on the legacy mines being one of our most kind of money hemorrhaging, expensive liabilities on the books that we have. So it's interesting where does the reconciliation of that liability come? Where does that happen? Sorry, me thinking aloud. But yeah, thank you. Very interesting to know that you can. Of course, you can retrofit anything. You can go back and fix mistakes and errors and bad practice and make it good practice.
So I just want to briefly just say the geomorphic rehabilitation can involve a larger footprint than the traditional model. And so that if a mine decides to go with and this has recently happened where the mine has said, we want to go with geomorphic rehabilitation. They've gone back to the government planners. Government planners looked at it and gone, yep, okay. And realised that there was going to be a slight increase to the footprint, but the outcomes would be a lot greater.
Was that Mangoola? Was that, is there an example of that?
I can't remember who it was now, but it was one of the Hunter mines.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Amazing.
That is all we have time for today. But thank you very much again for making time to give evidence to this inquiry. Final thoughts, Professor Roberts?
Just thought of one other point that you may be interested in. Professor Ravi Naidu, who is at the University of Newcastle, is editing a book on abandoned mines. We had a conference in 2017 in Muswellbrook, I think, or perhaps Singleton. And the papers from that conference are being put together in a book. I have a chapter of that, slowly, the lot is coming together. There'll be 2 chapters in from Borneo. So one of your, a name I'd suggest to you is Professor Ravi Naidu, if you wish to talk to other people. Thank you.
We're going to have a reading list from this.
We will,
got
I know.
A reading
yes,
list attached.
some light bedtime reading for us all. Thank you, that's very helpful. Thank you again for making time to give evidence. If there were any questions that were taken on notice, or if the committee has any supplementary questions for you, our secretary will be in touch.
And will you write to me about that paper on the Paringan Lake in Borneo?
Yep, they'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for today.